You gotta try to keep them out of trouble.
Okay. We'll open up the public hearing. And Senate Bill 562, relative to home damage mitigation and resilience programs. So I'm not sure which ones I should have done first. Did I do it in the right order or should I read it in the other order? But they're very closely related. So, DJ, you wanna? What? Well, yes, I don't. Yeah, well, I would do 562 first, simply because I did that. Okay, cool.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, DJ Betancourt, Commissioner of the New Hampshire Insurance Department. I'll be joined here momentarily by James Fox, who is our Property and Casualty Unit Director. Also joining us is Emily Dory, who you saw yesterday, who's our Property and Casualty Legal Counsel. And also joining us is Christian Citarella, our PNC Actuary, and Keith Nyan, our Deputy Commissioner. We brought out the A-team for you today, although as you look at this proposal, it may look very, very familiar to you.
Yes, we've been
We
down this
started
path.
the conversation around this program that is now encapsulated in Senate Bill 562 last year. At that time, we brought it forward as a non-germane amendment to a separate proposal that the department put forward. We ran into a little bit of a compressed timeline, and there were some issues that had to be worked out. So Representative Hunt was nice enough to work with the department to retain the topic to allow us to keep working on it, and now we've brought it forward before you today as a separate piece of legislation. So just to review what the aim of the program is. So one of the frequent complaints or causes of concern that we hear from consumers, of course, is the cost of insuring their homes. And it is a challenge that is facing homeowners across the country. And as you can appreciate, when you're grappling with insurance premiums, it can create a real barrier to home ownership. As you know, banks require insurance for mortgages, which means that the homeowner's insurance is mandatory in almost every case. And we are seeing an increase in non-renewals and coverage declines that are forcing consumers into expensive and much less regulated surplus lines market. And meanwhile, the rising cost of living add to that overall financial strain. Again, I want to emphasize that this is not in any way a New Hampshire-specific problem. In fact, when you look at the rankings of homeowners insurance premiums, we rank in the upper third of most affordable. Now, granted, that's a statistic. It's a great place to be when compared with other states, but of course it does not mean that it's affordable or not a challenge for individual homeowners. So at the national level, within our work with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, we've begun to look at what we can do to help homeowners get better premiums, stop the non-renewals, and stop getting pushed into the more expensive surplus lines market. The thing that is hurting the homeowners insurance market the most is something that none of us have any individual control over. And that is the financial pressure that insurance carriers are facing as the result of large catastrophic weather events that are leading to incredibly expensive losses. The most recent specific example that I remember was when the most expensive real estate market in America, that Beverly Hills area, completely went up in flames last January. And then, of course, we're all familiar with the frequent hurricanes that hit the Carolinas, the Gulf Coast region, Florida, the wildfires that you see, not just in California, but a year before those fires, you saw, I believe it was Honolulu, or an island in Hawaii completely went up in flames. So these are things that, again, we as individuals have no control over, but are causing stress on the insurance industry, leading to, for a variety of reasons, pressure on premiums that homeowners are now experiencing. So we as individual commissioners within the NAIC, again, have been talking about what we can do to bring some relief to this particular problem. And so several years ago, the state of Alabama actually created the Alabama Safer Homes Program. And that program, though we've adjusted it in New Hampshireized it, the concept of that is what you see here. And it's a pretty straightforward proposition. A grant fund will be established by which individual consumers can apply into this grant to address some aspect of their home or property to improve it or to fortify it that will put them in better standing when their homeowner's insurance comes up for renewal or when they're hopefully shopping their coverage, because there are a lot of great options out there, very competitive market here in New Hampshire for homeowners insurance. But long and short, they'll fare better in the underwriting process so that they're not getting priced out or they're not getting pushed into more expensive lines of insurance, as I've mentioned. So in Alabama, there was a great emphasis and focus on roofs, understandably so, because their Gulf Coast region is very susceptible, as we've seen, to hurricane damage. And so the roofs were a huge focus. Here in New Hampshire, we're fortunate. We don't have the same type of weather catastrophic threats that other states do. What we have here in New Hampshire, the threat of flood, the threat of microbursts, those winter storms that are that produce very, very heavy snow. Sometimes it ices up and can weigh down trees, and so you'll have trees that'll fall into people's homes, onto their cars, things of that nature. So we've designed our particular program as it pertains to eligibility for these grants on things that are outside of some of the other programs that you've seen stood up in other states. And Alabama was the first, but I think we're up to 6 or 8 states at this point.
11 or 12 now.
11 or 12 that have this program. Maine just brought their program on last year. They got a gigantic state appropriation for that. Good for them. They're getting data in now, and so we'll see how their particular variation of this program works. But for New Hampshire, and this is where we got snagged when we had this discussion last time, is how will the program be funded? So we came up with a couple of different concepts, and we talked about this last spring. None of them were really getting much of a consensus. So what we've done at this point is to establish the program. You can all see how it works, and certainly we can talk about that in the event that you have questions. But what we've done is said that we will take in monies as they come into us from philanthropic organizations. And the leadership of the NAIC is having those conversations right now. The types of entities that I'm talking about, I refer to as all of the foundations that you hear referenced at the beginning of a PBS documentary. So the Robert Wood Jones Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, all of those big philanthropic organizations are having real serious talks right now with the NAIC about making funding available to states that have these programs. There are also some talks that are going on with the Federal Housing Bank down in Boston that is looking for some New England states who are interested to come in together and potentially get some funding in that way. So what you see here is no risk to the taxpayer. There'll be no public funds that will be put into it at the present time, but we will be very well positioned when those talks bear fruit, and I'm very optimistic that they will. In addition to this, we have also spoken with a number of groups that are focused on conservation causes, and they're also very interested in potentially beginning to invest in these types of programs. So wherever the dollars become available, we'll be in a position to take them in, again, at no expense to the taxpayer. We will not need additional staff at the department to run this program. We have a position in the department presently that we will reconfigure to be an individual that will, on a part-time basis, help run this program as well as some other assignments that they'll be given within the department. So I'm going to stop right there to see what questions you have, but first I'll turn to James and Emily if there's anything they feel should be added.
No, I think you covered the waterfront.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Herbert has a question.
One of the problems, I believe, or maybe the major problem, is those are all debt related. So in other words, what happens is the debt at the bank bumps up the debt. And so in effect, it's inflationary. And I haven't read anything that would attack what I consider to be the main reason that housing is so expensive.
Chris, could you put your light on?
Okay. Sorry. We have a debt problem, and that is a bank problem. And I don't know if there's some part of this feature that might alleviate the inflated, it's inflating the house pricing in the secondary market. And I have no clue as to how you would
Yeah, that's
reduce it.
that's a tough nut to crack, and I think that the banking department would probably be in a better position to get into the details of that and what might be able to be done about that. But it does remind me to mention here as well that for this program, it is primary residences only, and there is a means test. And we borrowed the means test from the Department of Energy for one of their, I believe it was one of their energy efficiency programs. That structure was very straightforward, very clean, so we adopted that into this program. But, you know, when you talk about debt, you know, the challenge that a lot of homeowners face is, all right, I've got this project that I need to do on my home. And it can be something as simple as, and this is a real life personal story, you know, my folks retired, fixed incomes, two retired public school teachers, had this gigantic tree right in the front of their home. It was a beautiful tree. But it began to die, and it became a real hazard to the home because of its proximity to the home and its size. And so they wanted to take the tree down because they were getting dinged on that every time their homeowner's insurance came up for renewal. So they got a quote to take down the tree, and it was a lot of money. It was, I think, $8,000 or $9,000. Because the tree is so tall, they're going to have to get the crane out there, they're going to have to take it down in pieces and all of that. And for my folks, it was a financial pinch. Now, fortunately, they have a great son who helped take care of that for them. But it's small things like that where the homeowner has a very difficult choice. Suffer the consequences of having higher homeowners insurance premiums or make a pretty difficult financial investment to have the hazard removed. What this program would seek to do is to give them the flexibility to get that tree down. The grants themselves are capped at $10,000, so there's not an opportunity for somebody to come out and, you know, give their entire house a new makeover. It would have to be something specific to the criteria of the program, number one, but number two, it would be a $10,000 cap. So for the bigger projects, such as a complete roof renovation or replacement, they would have to put some skin into the game as well. But hopefully with this program, it will give them the flexibility or the opportunity to be able to start that process much sooner and not allow that roof to deteriorate further and, again, continue to get hammered on their insurance premiums or get non-renewed. So I hijacked your question a little bit there, Representative, but it was because I don't know that. That's in the lane of the banking department.
It's sort of a banking issue.
Yeah.
But it is an issue.
Representative Burrows.
Thanks for taking my question. This may be hard to estimate. Do we know how many homeowners this could impact?
So it will come down to what we're able to take in. So if we get a large investment from one of these philanthropic organizations, or a couple of them come together, and we get a nice pot of money somewhere in the $5 million range, well, then your opportunity to impact more homeowners will be there. Whereas if we're only able to take in $1 million or so, then obviously the amount of money that will be available will be less. But I think by capping it at the 10,000, putting in the means testing, you've targeted the program to those homeowners in New Hampshire who are most in need of the financial relief that is contemplated under the program.
Follow up.
Further question may inquire.
How to say this? No, I recognize that these philanthropic organizations, and by the way, I can't believe it's still Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
I know. I'm awfully surprised myself, but I just watched one the other day and they're still there.
Okay.
They're not talking to each other, but they still run the foundation,
Good to
I
know.
guess.
That
Good to
was
know.
the one deal in the
Okay.
divorce agreement.
So, you know, obviously these philanthropic organizations decide what they want to do with their money. And if they choose to do this, I mean, great. I mean, there's no reason for us not to do it. But I'm just going to say something for the record. I think the money might be better used for affordable housing in New Hampshire. But again, if they're giving the money for this, we do it.
That's right. And, you know, these foundations focus their attention on particular causes. I know that there are a number of them that focus very much on affordable housing. But for these particular organizations and the discussions that they're having with the NAIC, they really like these programs and they see the potential for these programs to address a real challenge and a real need for homeowners, which is, again, being able to get affordable homeowners insurance coverage, which, as I mentioned at the outset, can be a huge barrier to home ownership because you've got to have that coverage in order for the bank to give you your mortgage.
Yes, Reverend.
Thank you for the presentation
course.
again. I'm sorry, I apologize. I wasn't in the room when you probably addressed this. So there are, the difference between this one and the one we heard last session, there are no state funds allocated, and this is all grants and federal money and any type of grant? So
So
no state funding?
it depends on how you would define federal money. If we're able to work out an agreement that makes sense for New Hampshire with the Federal Home Bank of Boston, I don't know how you define that, but I know that one of the concerns that we heard last year was the federal government was potentially going to make some funding available for this program. That talk has since fizzled out, but I think the concern was if you accept the federal money, what are the strings that are going to be attached to that money, and is that going to be a good deal for New Hampshire? So we said, you know what, let's take that concern right off the table. We have other ways to get at it based on what we're hearing in the conversations that are taking place. As you might recall, one of the ideas that we had last year to fund the program was, as you well know, the insurance department is a self-funded agency. So we assess the carriers for our operating budget. There's a calculation that goes into that. It's the per capita written premium that the carrier writes in New Hampshire. Each year, because we budget well, we typically credit back to the companies some money. I think last year was approximately $3 million we credited back. So one of the concepts that we had was to retain up to $1 million of what the department doesn't spend and put it into this program. Industry didn't like that too much. I still haven't forgiven George Russos for calling me a taxer.
But he's retired.
The most offensive thing you could call me is a taxer. I thought
Well,
it
you
was-
overbilled.
I thought it was. I thought
No,
it was
you
rewarding
overbilled.
good budgeting. Is what
You
I thought it
overbilled in the
was.
first place. That's all.
But they didn't like that too much, so we said, you know what, we can get at this a different way that doesn't put the taxpayer in any way, shape, or form on the hook for this, no matter how kind of attenuated it may be. There will be opportunities out there. What we're looking to do right now is get the program on the books. Again, continue to monitor the results that we're seeing in other states. Some of those results have come in, and I know that there's a handout that you all should be getting shortly. But in Alabama, for example, and I think this was as of last year, they had over 60,000 homes that benefited from the program. Louisiana and North Carolina also have programs. Oklahoma does as well. Oklahoma's program is really going gangbusters. But they have begun to see, even in the short period of time that their program has been online, they're seeing premiums come down. And they are seeing carriers that are rewarding that by offering them additional discounts for taking on some of these home and property-related improvements. So it is having a positive impact.
Okay, I have a,
Further question, may inquire?
sorry, it's a clarification
Sure.
question. So on page 2, line 17, right, deposits into the funds shall consist of the following: federal government grants, loans, I'm not sure what the loans are, or other federal monies. Maybe you could help me understand.
Yeah, if you want to tighten up that language, that's perfectly fine.
what are we what loan would we be getting?
So again, it would be the type of concept that I referenced before. So Rhode Island, Vermont, New Hampshire, and we're looking for one other state. We thought it was going to be Maine, but Maine got a whole bunch of money from their legislature to fund their program on its own, to kind of put together a proposal for the Federal Home Bank of Boston and try to work out a financial agreement there. The details would very, very much matter. But if it was something that made sense for New Hampshire, then we didn't want to foreclose the opportunity to be able to take some money in via that type of agreement. But, you know, the thing I would say is, you know, if taking in the federal dollars, you know, and again, we can tighten that up, but if it's something that is of deep, deep concern to you, one of the things to always remember about New Hampshire is we have all sorts of safeguards and accountability measures when we're talking about federal monies, whether it be the need for approval via the fiscal committee, and then most prominently, the requirement to get approval from the executive council. So those safeguards would be in place, and again, depending on the nature of any deal, it may have to go through the GNC anyway.
Okay, I have a
Further question?
further question. Thank you. And I'm just curious about the direct connection between lower premiums and this program. So is it lower premiums to the participants in the program or for all ratepayers? And how are you calculating that saving? I know it says they're saving, but how are we calculating like the actual
Sure.
dollars? Is it, 50 cents or 500
Christian, if you'd
or
like
what?
to maybe make your way up here. So Christian's our actuary, he's our math guy. He sees all of the underwriting factors that the carriers file. So the most directly positively impacted individual will be the homeowner, because they've either fixed or renovated their roof, they've shored up their foundation. In the story that I told you, they've taken a tree that is now a danger, now a hazard to the home, and removed that. So that's going to position them more favorably when they're being underwritten by the carrier for either a new policy or for renewal. So they're going to directly benefit from that. Now, depending on the nature of the hazard on the property, it may very well be the case that tangentially the neighbors benefit from it as well, because nobody can guarantee which way a tree is going to fall. But the homeowner in particular is the one that's going to benefit. They're going to be the ones that will see the decreases in their premiums, though, as I mentioned, there are possibilities that the neighbors around them could also benefit. Christian, is that fair?
Yeah, I think that you get to the point of the adverse elements, that when they come and assess the property, there is a paragraph, section in there where they're going to talk about adverse situations, and they're on duty to tell the insurance company, the adjuster is supposed to say, by the way, this situation exists.
So the most direct answer to your question is in the language of the bill. There's lots of discussion about IBHS fortified roofs. And so this is where you get a licensed contractor and appraiser to come in to assess your roof. The dollars from the grant will then be used to improve the structure of your roof to the point where it will withstand high strength winds. And then if those improvements are made, several insurance carriers already have in their rating manuals discounts for certain perils associated with wind and water coming in from above. That way those are already filed, they're already there for these particular kinds of improvements. And so we will see immediate, rate reductions and premium discounts for those homes. Yeah.
And if a homeowner wants to go down the IBHS path,
Yeah.
there's going to be a tremendous savings for them. And Alabama focused their program a lot on that IBHS standard. My view of it is I want this to be something more than just roofs. I want it to be able to impact more residents. And we can do that in a smaller dollar way than getting a roof into full compliance with IBHS standards. Now, if a resident wants to do that, great, that's wonderful, and they will benefit a great deal when it comes time for them to get their homeowners insurance premiums. But I didn't want to force everybody into that single pathway. I wanted there to be more options for them depending on their situation, because Again, I keep coming back to my personal story. My parents' roof was just fine. They had it replaced, I think, 3 years previous. They just had this problem with this particular tree, and so they dealt with that. And if they had applied for this program, they could have covered the full cost of that, because I think the quote came out to $8,500, $9,000. So it would have fallen underneath the threshold. But they didn't need a new roof. And like I said, I didn't want this to be so roof-specific that we took away other opportunities for people to benefit.
Representative Spear, then Representative Young.
Thank you. Are there any other states that are implementing it the same way we are, as, not using any of the state money to help with this?
Yes, Rhode Island is in the same boat that we are. Connecticut is in the same boat that we
And they
are.
are successful?
So, no, let me back up. I'm not saying they're not successful. What I'm saying is, what I believe your question was, are there any other states that are moving forward with the program without a dedicated revenue source into it? And that is where I've said Rhode Island, Connecticut in particular, are getting the program set up and ready to take in any of those philanthropic dollars or any of those other opportunities that come along. They'll be ready to hit the ground running. And so that's the position that we want to be in as well. And yes, it is moving forward in their legislatures. So if that's the success that you were talking about, then the answer to that is yes.
Representative Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this bill. It's very complicated, but it sounds like a great idea. I'm looking at page 3, line 23. That's really that section there that begins at line 19. Could you explain, just so I understand, what the IBHS evaluator, it sounds like there is an evaluator that's separate from the contractor, and the evaluator has to go first.
Mhm.
If you could just explain that process?
Yes.
And how many are there in the states
Yes,
that are qualified?
great question. Christian was my expert on this, so I'll hand it to him.
Emily too might have something to share. If I go astray, Emily, jump in, please. But so IBHS is the Insurance Building and Home.
Business and home
Thank you,
safety.
Business and Home
Safety.
Safety. So this is an organization based in North Carolina, right on the border of South Carolina, that is funded by the insurance industry. So, and what they do, it's a giant, basically a testing lab where they test roofs, they test buildings, they for safety in various conditions, wind, hail, fire, all sorts of things. So, and they've determined what holds up, what kind of standards are necessary. So then they have credentialing processes that they go through for both contractors and for inspectors. And these are two different entities that they will provide, once our program is up and running, they have, dedicated to either building up credentialed, inspectors and contractors in New Hampshire, or they will then, make available inspectors from other states.
Do you know how many there are? That was part of the question.
To my understanding, I don't know that we have any yet in the state.
No, we wouldn't have any in the state.
Nope.
We don't have a program.
We don't have a program.
We don't have a program, so we don't have any in the state yet. But as Christian mentioned, what will happen as we try to build that up is the folks from IBHS down in, not necessarily North Carolina, because there probably are some a little bit closer to New Hampshire, they'll come up and do the initial work and then see who's out there that's operating in New Hampshire that wants to become part of their program or get familiar with their program, meet their standards, know how to meet those standards, and then they'll kind of take it over from there.
Okay, follow-up question?
Further question?
So just a different topic, this also stuck out at me, page 6, begins on line 11. Could you explain the exemption from 91A? So it says, except as required by state or federal law, grant applications, documents, et cetera, shall be confidential by law, shall not be subject to 91A, shall not be subject to subpoena, and shall not be subject to discovery or admissible in evidence in any private civil action.
Yeah.
What's the reason for that?
So the reason for that is we wanted to make sure that we were protecting information about people's personal property. We didn't want people trying to fish around to figure out what's going on in somebody's home beyond what would be appropriate or currently publicly available. Is that Is that
Yeah,
fair, Jay?
personal and private financial information is always protected by the department. We wouldn't give that out. So there's really two phases of this. There's a confidentiality phase, and there's also the ability for us to share with other regulation entities that are would also protect it. So we want to protect people's private information. Like if Representative Hunt wants to apply for the program, he needs to show his financials to see that he's 60%. We don't want you to then to come to us and say, I'd like to see.
There's a lot of people who would love to see those financials.
Thank you for the explanation.
Yes, absolutely. But it would not obviously, keep away from the public the results of the program, how things are going, things of that nature. It would just be pertaining to the individual homeowner and their privacy rights.
Okay, you've already asked a question, so we'll have to wait till somebody who hasn't asked a question yet.
If he gets a third question, I'm gonna go like this.
We've
Keeps
had that
going.
conversation with him already. Let's go ahead. Teresa.
This is the first one on this topic.
Number
Thanks for raising the question. So on page 2, line 32, you're saying grants shall be awarded on a first come, first served basis. So until the grant is consumed in that year. So what happens to the consumers who applies after it gets over for that year? But are you going to roll it over for the next year? Because or are you going to start again first come, first serve in the next year, separate list? Because if it's technically, these guys will be before the next year's first come. How do you?
Yeah,
address
we've thought about that. And where we landed on it is we'll address that in the rulemaking process because we'd want to figure out how that works. We felt like in terms of fairness, making it available on a first come, first served basis made sense. We're going to get it.
Well, I think he's asking, does that person roll over to the
Right.
next
No,
year?
I appreciate
Will they
that.
still be on the waiting list for the following
Right.
year?
My initial instinct would be yes, but we would need to establish with that individual that in the interim period, they didn't address it. There's no this would not be a reimbursement program where, hey, I got locked out because the fund was exhausted for this year. I'm going to go get it done. Can I then apply into the fund next year and just get reimbursed for that work? The answer would be no. So we want to work through that particular nuance of it. But we have thought about how to make it fair that if you're the last person that just didn't make it in, do we really want to put that individual through the process of applying all over again the next year? Again, that's something we want to think about and figure out how that process would work best. And so we've left that to be determined and hashed out in the rulemaking process.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative
Thank
Selvey.
you. Thanks for taking my question. I have a question related to how you determine the state median income when somebody is losing the job. Means how, because when there is a problem, like multiple problems comes together. So are you guys taking care of that situation?
Yep.
We would look to how things are handled in the other agencies that use similar language.
I mean, you have to meet the statutory standards. So that's the statutory standard, 60% of the median income
Yeah.
of the household. But again, if there were extenuating circumstances, just says 60% of the median income. So I'm sure if they look, I lost my job going forward, I'm at 0% of the median income, then I think we could be probably be another issue we could put in a rule or give further thought to, because the person's true going forward is 0.
Yeah.
So I think that's something we would take into consideration. It's just one paragraph. It doesn't have that much meat around it. So I'm sure we could figure that out. Probably right now, the way it stands, if we didn't have a rule, I would say that would be probably something we could sign off on as okay based on it going forward and not looking back.
Okay.
The fact that somebody used to be a CEO 10 years ago shouldn't block them going forward.
It's a good question, though.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a great program. It's going to be very transparent. It's going to show on our website what funds are available, and people can apply, and then it's also we're going to have a page that says where the funds came from, so everybody can. It's very it's confidential in one sense for private information, but it's also very transparent in another sense. I think that's one of the beauties of the program.
Okay, Representative Herbert, you're.
Is there any way, or maybe it's already done, I'm not sure, but you could get a tax exemption if you go this route. In other words, you have the money, and if you want to be a benefactor, you could get a make an exemption of the purchase. And that could go to your insurance program to help fund.
The question would be an exemption from which tax, right? We don't have personal income tax in New Hampshire. Are you talking about federal taxes?
So, yeah,
I'm
That would
trying-
have
I'm
to
trying
be-
it is
figure out-
technically, if a corporation or business made a direct donation, yes, it is a tax deduction, and it's is allowable, and that's only because it's a government agency.
Mhm.
So if you made wrote a check out to your town, yes, you can claim a deduction for it. But remember, we got rid of state and local tax deductions, and only bringing now under the big beautiful bill, bringing back those deductions now. So some of those deductions you're maxing out on how much deduction you have if you're already deducting your property taxes or something like that.
That's right.
But it is true. But the reason they're going after foundation money, and as someone who sits on a foundation understands, is that we are obligated to give money away. We have to give money. We got to give 5% of our money away. And so therefore, we're always looking for new innovative things to give money away to. And usually a little bit of publicity. That's why you'll see that it says different foundations and who's giving the money away. They like to have that. And so theoretically, the program would promote whatever those nonprofits that have given it to. But in terms of giving money, yes, you can absolutely write a check and take a tax deduction if you don't have any other governments that you give money to already, like property taxes.
Question? Thank you for that explanation. I have a similar question. I'm just zeroing in on this IBHS, trying to understand it. So it looks like it's a nonprofit.
Mhm.
I guess just understanding how they operate in this whole scheme. So you mentioned they would look at a roof and they would see if the roof was safe and could resist a weather event. But then you also told a story about a tree falling down. Do they also? So where's the division between what they're evaluating and what they're not? In
It
this whole
would be,
program?
if you were going to go the IBHS standard, it would be a very defined track. Because again, what they're looking at predominantly are, in the context of this, would be roofs. So, and it gets down to very technical stuff that contractors fully understand, but escape me a bit. So they'll look at the type of shingles we're talking about. There's actually rods in wire that will be included into the roof itself, into the pitch of the roof. There's all sorts of different pieces of that fortification of that roof that they have in their formula of what it takes to be able to be certified as an IBHS certified roof. And again, I didn't want to force everybody into that lane because it could be oftentimes quite expensive and well above the cap of the grants that are contemplated under this program. So again, I wanted there to be more choices and more options for people to do more things on their home, in their home, and on the property than just that one single lane of the IBHS standard roof.
In other words, we don't want to have the insurance department going out and looking at the property and making a, analysis. We're looking for a third party to help identify it for us. Right. Is this a would you believe?
This maybe a would you believe? So would you believe this committee is concerned with elderly folks getting scammed? And I remember a conversation about this topic or a similar topic, maybe it was last year, where there was concerns about contractors going out and convincing people to have work done.
Asphalt.
Yep, that was
Right.
what tanked the Florida property and casualty market. They
So-
were allowing citizens to assign their benefits to contractors who would then
Right.
contract with law firms and go sue insurance companies, and it was a fiasco.
And so the evaluator route gave me some confidence that that wasn't going to be a path that someone could get scammed. But if there's another route for a tree or something where someone could go door to door and sell people on work that they don't need, is there any prevention for that?
Yes, I think that, again, I think the criteria that we've laid out in terms of what would be an eligible project would weed out a lot of the individuals who would be out there trolling for opportunities to do work on properties that may not need to be done. It would have to be something that would, we know for certain, would factor into underwriting. And look, if there's an individual who cuts down trees that sees an opportunity for them to potentially be of help, then fine. I think advertising or approaching that individual to say, hey, you know, when you got renewed for your homeowner's insurance, did they mention anything about that tree? It's a really big tree. It's dying. You know, there is a program that's out there that can help you financially do that. Have you thought about applying into the program? But it wouldn't be something that'd be able to do right there on the spot. The individual would have to apply through the grant. It would be vetted, and then it could go forward. But if the individual who does tree removal wanted to start that conversation with the consumer, there'd be nothing wrong with that. That would be permissible. And
Well, one-
probably would be helpful in
One thing
promoting the
you can be
program.
very safe to assure is that when it comes to gypsies, what many homeowners fail to do is say, are you licensed? And of course, we don't have licensure in New Hampshire. So then you ask is, do you have a certificate of liability? And I am absolutely sure that the insurance department will be asking for that from whoever contractor who will be installing.
Yep. Christian was just pointing out that the eligibility criteria speaks to exactly that, to put those safeguards in place. You can see them on page 3.
Who knew?
Starting on the bottom of page 3 and on to page 4, one of the requirements to be issued a grant is that you need to demonstrate that, you know, in this case, the tree is inhibiting your ability to get affordable and available insurance. Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay, well, everybody seems to got lots of questions. Representative Wallace is next.
Hopefully it'll make the work session faster.
Well, maybe for the next bill.
It's just a minor detail. You had mentioned grants are capped at 10K. But
Yes, I
see
think it
that's
actually is 95.
9,500. Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted
Give or
to-
take.
thank you.
Okay, yes, Representative McAleer.
Thank you. I'm just curious, when you put this bill together, I noticed the term severe weather conditions. Was it ever mentioned to even consider putting in something as a result of climate change? Or did you purposely not do that, knowing that that would actually kill the bill?
I tried to avoid the politics in what we do here. So in all of the other programs, and again, as we looked at this, we obviously innovated a bit, but in many respects, we engaged in my favorite kind of R&D, which was rip off and duplicate what other states were doing. And so that was how they defined the types of events that we were talking about in their program. So if it worked well for them, we were confident that it would work well for us.
Okay, is everybody all done?
Right.
Yeah, he did. I did hand you a card. Well, maybe I still have it. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Is anybody else would like to speak on this? Bill? No. Where's our lobbyist? She left the room. Okay, we will close the public hearing. All right, open up the public hearing on 565. Good morning, Senator Waters.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Senator David Waters from District 4. Good to see you all. And I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 565, requiring the Commissioner of Insurance Department to prepare and publish a report regarding fortified homes and commercial standards and other mitigation and resiliency programs. The reason for this the bill, before I go into the details, is the context of what's happening in the insurance market for coastal and other areas that have been hit by losses due to storms, extreme precipitation, storm surge, and so forth. I think we're all aware of what's happened, say, out in California with the with the forest fires and Utah and Colorado, and then now on the coast from Texas to Florida, and now coming up the coast where insurers are either raising their prices, stopping certain kinds of insurance, or pulling out of the market altogether. This is now happening at our neighbors in Massachusetts and Maine. There have been some articles about that, particularly after that terrible storm we had a year ago, last January, that did such devastation. There's a lot of damage on our coast, but particularly up in Maine. And there's just so many fishermen and dock facilities that can't get rebuilt because they don't have the insurance coverage anymore. I'll also say that, nationwide between 2008 and 2024, home and business insurance premiums have increased by 74%, while the value of housing has increased just 40%. Last year, there were 27 weather events that caused over $1 billion in damage. And I can tell you for New Hampshire too, we're seeing this. Rockingham County, the increase of home insurance costs from about 10% of the home total payments is now up to 17%. Rockingham County owners paid an average of $2,500 for insurance in 2024, and that's a 91% increase from 2018. Sullivan County, folks have, in other parts of the state with the bad storms, we've had the blown out culverts, washed away businesses and homes over the last few years. Homeowners have seen a 110% increase from 2018. Grafton County, I've seen over 21%, over Grafton County, an increase of 45% in home insurance costs from 2018. Carroll County has seen a 70% increase. So this is tough on people. And so what this bill will try to do is to provide consumer information about a couple of things. It will ask the insurance department to create a report, which will be based on readily available basis. And I will enumerate shortly why this will be relatively easy for the commissioner to do. I do want to thank the commissioner and the staff for all the work they put into this bill to get the language and the duties right on it. And so they'll prepare a report to property owners about the risks and related to fortified home. And there's a definition here, which is from the national insurance industry, the two bodies that are looking at this issue. And then also other mitigation and resiliency programs. So it'll be what's going to happen, is likely to happen with your insurance costs. If there's a warning about somebody might be pulling out of the market, or you might not be any longer to have a certain kind of insurance available because of where you live and the costs that have been occurring from some of these events. And then it should include reference to available information on areas that may be a risk of price increases due to extreme precipitation, storm surge, coastal flooding, high winds, hurricanes, and hail. And that list that you'll see in the fortified standards definition down below there are two major insurance, organizations that provide advice to insurance companies all across the country. And this is the terminology that they use. So that's why I have that language in here. So what the report can draw on, there's a lot of information, which I'd like to mention briefly of what we have. There's information from a National Institute for Business has published a report on insurance costs and what can be expected. I think most particularly, we do have FEMA maps. Problem with FEMA maps is they are kind of notoriously out of date. And their revisions of them is often behind time and also may not catch the rapid change that is occurring in the insurance agency. There's the National Flood Insurance Program, of course, which can be making insurance available for folks who can't get it in the private market anymore. It's expensive. The national fund for that has just about been drained. So there's real issues around the cost increases that are going to be in that program as well. But what we have in New Hampshire is what was created under RSA 43B22. We did legislation almost 10 years ago now that required every 5 years for a report to be done on what the increasing risks may be to our coastal areas and other parts of the state as well from sea level rise, storm surge, groundwater coming up as does up to 5 miles inland because of the pressure from the sea coming in, and of course extreme precipitation. We had a version of this report about 6 years ago. They are now doing the second report. The volume 1 is now out. You can find it on DES website. It's a very large group of folks from New Hampshire and nationally who were tasked with to look at all the scientific information and then apply it specifically to New Hampshire. It is in statute for the last 10 years that the state has to use this as guidance for the DOT with its construction projects. You may have already noticed how effective it's been for the DOT. The new 1A bridge is up a few feet higher, so that can, last. They're replacing culverts along the coast that are now getting flooded in the high tide flooding. They've raised the causeway going out to Newcastle by a couple of feet. There's a question whether the road coming in from the other direction may permanently flooded and have to be closed. So and then Fish and Game, of course, is required to take this in account because we have a lot of facilities on the coast and elsewhere in the state on the edge of water bodies or on rivers. And of course, it's useful for municipalities who may have critical infrastructure that might be threatened by storm surge or extreme precipitation. It's a great report. They do it in 2 parts. The science volume, about 100 pages, is out, covers a lot of different areas. And then in the fall, they will publish, I think in September, the What Do We Do About It volume that we'll talk about the mitigation advice for municipalities of what kind of rubric of cost of project, life of project, and so on to determine what they've got to start looking at and what's worth doing something about. Yes, it's on the DES website. It's also on the UNH website as well. You can find it there if you search for New Hampshire Coastal Risk Flood Summary. New Hampshire Coastal Risk Flood Summary, you'll get it. You can look at the one from 5 years ago, and then you can stay outline and hear what the changes are from that earlier one. There are other maps available. First Street, which is First Street Bank, has maybe the best in the country now for producing maps as to insurance costs and risks for properties that banks or the reinsurers are on the underwriters about. So anyways, from these existing sources, this will help the commission determine areas that may present an area where there might be loss of insurance coverage there. We have advisory councils that already in statute that in the first part of the Department of Insurance statute that lets the commissioner form an advisory council. And I would think that the commissioner could do that for this, and the folks who did this report, also people who run the coastal program in DES and other groups within state agencies would be happy, as they have with this, to help write the report that the commissioner needs. I picked 2028 because the report's coming out in 2000. It will be done completely out. This 5-year iteration will be done this fall, and that'll give the commissioner some time to get a group together to produce the report. I also I just want to note too in line 15 that phrase unless prohibited by law. Of course, the commissioner gets certain proprietary information from insurance companies that should not be released to the public. So that's why that phrase is there. The rest of the bill, you'll see that I thought was important. We have a fortified home and commercial property standards and other mitigation resiliency programs, definition and statute. And here, as I said, I took the language from the 2 major groups that supervise insurance companies across the country. And then to keep costs low, just say this is going to be available on the website to make sure it's available to folks. So there it is. Sorry to go on so long, but that's the context for really a fairly simple bill requiring a report to be issued.
Thank you, Senator. That was a lot of good
I have-
information.
John, can I ask a?
Yes.
Thank you very
Representative
much.
Puccielli.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I understand the context. So this report looks very comprehensive, the report that so the report in this bill will be a companion report? I'm trying to figure out the difference between that comprehensive report and what data would be in this new report. And then my follow-up would be is how would I, as a consumer, look at your proposed report? Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. This report, the Coastal Risks Report, is a comprehensive scientific report, and it deals with the science, and then also the second volume will instruct DOT, Fish and Game, fishermen, municipalities about, given this, and it's projecting that about 11.6 inches of additional sea level rise by 2050, and 1.5 to 3 feet by 2100. And if you look at sunny day flooding or king tide flooding along the coast, you'll see what that may do. We also have seen about a 20% increase in precipitation totals annually in New Hampshire in the last 30 years. And the intensity of storms, it's all lined out in here. As we know, the intensity of rainfall events has increased as well, and that's affecting all parts of the state. Now, that's the data, but what this report doesn't have is, well, what might that affect in terms of availability of insurance? And that's why for those areas, some areas, no effect at all, right? But for other areas, particularly on the coast, but other parts of the state as well, if the commissioner has a sense and early warning as to, and knows that the prices are increases, or knows that there might not be available, or that there's information that an insurer may pull out, or if somebody's looking to buy a property, they probably would like to know that it's in an area that might see potential insurance loss or increases. So it's specific to this issue of insurance, and it would be on the website. So if you want to purchase a property or insure a property, you go on the website, because we have, as you know, the Department of Insurance has a whole lot of stuff on consumer protections and so on about insurance, and people use it a lot. So they'd be able to say, oh, there's this report, I can take a look.
I have a quick follow-up.
Further question, main
Because I
question.
live on the coast, so I'm very interested in this. So this new report that I, as a consumer, would be able to look at will say your insurance rates are going up by X because you're on the coast. So as a consumer, I could say, oh, I guess I'm not going to buy that $5 million home on the beach because my insurance is going to go up exponentially. Or when the rates double, I would be able to say I was forewarned because of the increases that would be projected, that would be here in the report.
Well, thanks for the question. And, look, I live in Dover, and we're on brackish or saltwater, and I love it. I love the coast. I think people, of course, are going to live on our coast. I think they ought to have some consumer information. And I can't really say they're left high and dry, because it's the opposite. But we don't want them to suddenly realize that they can't get any insurance at all. But, people make their own rational decisions. I gave the statistics about how much since 2018 the house insurance has gone up. And so you can decide and budget for that. So it's not meant to scare people away or to influence people when they're, to say, here's maybe the cost that you might expect.
Great. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, the chair will call on James Fox and Christian Sherrod. We don't get too many property and casualty legislation in.
Hi, Christian Citarella, Chief Property and Casualty Actuary at the New Hampshire Insurance Department. Basically, we're here if there are any questions. We do not take a position on the bill. However, we did help Senator Waters with some language to make this action, more doable. We changed some language from shall to may, suggested changes from shall to may as far as what some of the resources are there. And then the availability of using other resources. I'll just mention that the National Association of Insurance Commissioners is working, collaboratively among all the insurance departments throughout the country to collect more detailed homeowners premium and underwriting information from insurance carriers that I think would be very useful for this report. We're getting a second round of that data this summer, and then the plan is to receive such data yearly. And I do believe that would be helpful for this report, in addition to the other things listed. And short of it is, I believe that we can meet this expectation if you decide to pass it.
Right, and it's similar to what we do for health insurance, that you do an annual report and give us the kind of the state of the state of what's going on. And will you report if insurance companies were pulling out of the state, like they did in California?
I believe if insurance companies start pulling out of New Hampshire, we'll be aware of that well in advance of the report being issued. But that would, this is, we just talked about mitigation and resiliency in the last bill, and this is it does address those issues, and we wanted it to have enough flexibility so that we could use it as a New Hampshire specific look at, okay, where's, like, for example, the housing stock right now, and different parts of the state, and those types of things, and just generate a report. As Christian said, we have information in the department already that we can at least generalize from, and then issue a report. So it helps us know where we are now. Then
Give us a baseline, and then we can
Right,
see
just
on
keep
an
moving
annual
forward
basis
and see
what
where
our
we're at, yeah.
increases. Great, wonderful. Okay. I don't think we need any more questions. Oh, we do have a question on that one. Yes, Representative McAfee.
I'm looking at this fortified homes. So would you be making recommendations that would go above and beyond building codes? So for example, if I've got that $5 million estate on Rye Beach, I've obviously got more risk than if I've got one, back in the woods someplace. So is that the kind of recommendations that you would be saying? For where you're living, this type of roof is better than that type of roof?
Where you're living, you're above the creek rising. You're okay. You're good.
I live on the side of a mountain.
I don't know so much that it would be recommendations. We would be providing information that we would collect, pardon me, that, as to what risks affect what areas of the state and where, where premiums might be higher, where premiums, or where insurance carriers might be, implementing, stricter underwriting rules, or might have, investigations, or,
Trends. Something's
trends.
going on in that. Trends going
And then,
in a certain
but also
zip
the important thing, I think, from what we're seeing is how premiums are changing, and the value that you're getting for your premium, as to the size of your house, things like that.
And would you be doing that by zip code, or how would you end up, or by county, or how would you kind of define the work area, the area?
I would say at this point, there was a mention of an advisory council, and that we need to develop those issues to see the best way to approach things. I don't think we have it all.
Oh, rulemaking. All right. Okay.
We haven't figured it all out yet.
By council. Right. Okay. Sounds good to me. Any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we'll close the public hearing. 365, and we're past 11, so we can open up the public hearing on Senate Bill 550. And I see the Senate took quick action today, and they're all here ready to go for us. So I lucked out in scheduling these bills.
Yes, thank
for
you,
today.
Mr. Chairman. Feels like I was just here yesterday. For the record, my name is David Rochefort, Senate District 1. Here to introduce Senate Bill 550. Might be the shortest bill you have all year. One word, 5 letters, shall, changing a may to a shall. And it focuses around the insurance coverage for naturopathic doctors and the services that they provide. A number of years ago, I know the chairman and I spoke about this, that when the law was written for individual coverage, the law was written that insurers shall provide coverage for naturopathic services. Further along in that statute, when it lists about group carriers, group plans, it was a may. And I thought that that might have been an oversight. The chairman educated me that that was not an oversight, that was an intention. And moving the may to a shall here may be interpreted as a mandate. And I know how this committee and many of us think about mandates. They have far-reaching impact. But I think this is an area where we may actually save money with a mandate. See, naturopathic services are not, although they're doctors, they have a doctorate level degree, the services that they provide are actually reimbursed at a mid-level practitioner rate. So rather than being reimbursed at the same level as a cardiologist or a dermatologist, they're reimbursed at a level of a
Nurse
practitioner, physician associate, and whatnot. So there, I believe, although this may be called a mandate, it's a mandate that could actually save money. There are not a lot of naturopaths in the state of New Hampshire. We found in our Senate hearing that only 25 naturopathic doctors in the state of New Hampshire actually take insurance. They've been licensed in the state for the past 31 years or so. And you know, there are going to be folks coming up talking about this afterward to really get into the services they provide, how it differs. I can tell you myself, I've used a naturopathic doctor. My family has. The care is a little different. They focus less on sick care and more on health care. So we look at preventative or getting to the root of issues, which again, coming from healthcare, that's rare. We often treat symptoms. And so I think the services that they provide are valuable, they're economical, and I think this bill and the 5 letters that it contains is a good move forward. I would just add that the effective date on the bill is page 4, line 14, page 1. This act shall take effect 60 days after its passage. I would ask that if the committee were to move this forward, they would consider an effective date of January 1st, 2027. I think that is a more practical, gives the carriers time to do that. Yep. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I know there are people coming to talk to me, talk afterwards.
Representative McAleer.
I do have a question. Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that you visited one of these doctors. What actually do they do? What are the actual services that they provide?
So I'm going to tell you my experience. So my experience and my family's experience is they look at the body as a whole. So if you're presenting a symptom of, let's say, sleeplessness, for instance, you know, they're going to look at the body as, well, what's causing the sleeplessness? Rather than write you a prescription for Ambien and say, take this 20 minutes before you go to bed, they're going to say, what's causing the sleeplessness? They look at your dietary intake. They look at, you know, maybe there's an underlying allergy that's going on. They look at, you know, is there a lifestyle impact that's affecting this? And then, you know, if they feel that all of the root causes have been examined and they can't determine the root cause, they do have the ability to prescribe medicine. They do have that ability. There is a formulary for them to do that. But their first approach isn't to go to the symptom, which the symptom of sleeplessness may be a symptom of an underlying condition. They really focus on the condition and go from there. You know, our naturopaths in the state of New Hampshire are well versed in Lyme disease. You know, they probably, in my opinion, as a provider, I think that they provide some of the best approaches and approaches to Lyme disease. You look at hormonal imbalances and all of that, weight gain. There's a number of things, and we have some naturopaths that are going to be speaking behind me. And I'm sure they'd love to get into the specific, even more specifics of what they do. But my experience is really, they look at the body as a whole. They don't treat a symptom. They look for a problem and work with the body, not against the body.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Senator. I have a vague notion of this, and you're the expert. It's my understanding in the early 1900s, there were many different kinds of doctors, osteopaths and maybe naturopaths, and that what we think of an MD now was sort of captured, and there's other types of doctors. I know it's a vague question, but are you familiar with that history, and could you enlighten me on?
Well,
how that came about?
Representative, I appreciate you calling me an expert, but we have doctor NDs behind us. But I think as medicine has evolved and moved forward, we've become very pigeonholed in what we do. In fact, I've had family members who have had maybe 3 or 4 things going on, and they have to go to 3 or 4 different doctors to kind of piece the things together. The naturopaths really look at the body as a whole. So they say, well, sleeplessness may be linked to something else. So they really look at the body as a whole, a holistic approach. I think you're right, and they use a lot of natural medicine, hence the word naturopathy. And I think that they draw on a lot of those different areas to to provide treatment. But I know there are folks down here that would get into more specifics on that. But
It's a one-word bill.
Okay, all right. Well,
absolutely, we got 5 letters.
Okay, you're going to love my would you believe.
All right.
Okay, all right.
I always
You-
do.
We have a question, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand, what are the, what's the impact to the insurers? What would they need to do to go from may to shall?
So this was, and they'll talk to you about this. And it's just credentialing them to be providers. So what this will do is it doesn't mean that every service a naturopathic doctor may provide is guaranteed to be covered, but they can at least be credentialed to participate in group insurance.
We don't have the issue with networks and all that.
Technically, there's network adequacy, but you wouldn't look at them as a specific category. You would be putting them into all of, in terms of what the network would be, is whether they have enough primary care physicians in an area. So in that, right now, that's covered also by nurse practitioners, which are paid the same.
So similar to a nurse practitioner? As far as the insurance.
You ready for my would you believe?
Please.
Okay. So I was going to say this, but I think it's actually great to do this, would you believe, because you're a pharmacist. All right. So I first learned about naturopaths way back in the 80s when I started having children. And yes, my wife thought that homeopathic medicines were better than regular medicines. And we also had in Keene, I'm spacing on his name, I was trying to think of his name, but it was the homeopathic pharmacist who...
George Wrench.
George,
Yes.
that's it. He was world famous of doing this, and so I absolutely was very keenly aware to it. Yes, that word may is not only was I in the room when it happened, I'm the one who did it. And the reason I did it at the time, and we're talking about 25 years ago, that the reason I did it was that at the time, there was a lot of issues with, especially with the insurance companies, was that making sure that physicians were board certified. We're a high standard that we wanted. There was a big obligation to make sure that whoever was in their network was highly competent. All I remember is board certified. Okay, so in that conversation, and I won't go into it too much, but I will just simply say the Medical Society, which I don't even know if they have a lobbyist anymore, but at that time, I won't mention her name, she kept pointing out to me that naturopaths are not really doctors, And I knew about DOs, which also do the full body thing. So you have to be careful that
Yeah.
not the naturopaths are not the only ones
Right.
to do the full bodies. DOs do full body. That was before nurse practitioners, actually. And so that since then, we obviously allow nurse practitioners to do everything that any primary care physician can do. But the issue, this stuck in my head, and I think it's probably still true, but it's not a big deal to me now. But that a naturopath only had the 4 years of the program, whereas a full doctor, an MD, had the 6 years and has a residency and had all that. And then she would say to me, "Do you know that under the naturopath regulations, they don't even have to go to college? They don't have to have an undergrad degree." And this was sort of like the poison pill, this, oh my God, are we really going to mandate this when the whole pressures of being board certified and high standards and highly trained and yada, yada, yada. So I would say today, my mind is absolutely changed. I have no problems with this bill turning into shall. I won't tell you all in the room, so don't worry that you have to defend your. I have no problems with changing the shall. And more than anything else, just like when I did May back then, it was only for the group insurance. It wasn't for the individual. So yes, and absolutely, to me, would you believe that I think that having more choices about who my primary care physician is a good idea.
I would believe that. Yes. And I would concur with that. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll start with Dr. Michelle Haff. And it says NHAND, so I assume that AND missed.
Turn on your microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Perfect.
Okay. Chairman Hunt and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Dr. Michelle Haff. I am the president and legislative chair of the New Hampshire Association of Naturopathic Doctors. We're a professional organization that represents the 150 licensed naturopathic doctors, or NDs, in New Hampshire, and we support this bill. As Senator Rochefort said, this is a single word change. Our original insurance coverage bill was passed in 2012, thanks to members of this committee who are still here. And we're very grateful that that bill was passed at that time to give us a start with the insurance coverage. And so we've just encountered some unexpected complications that we're trying to correct with SB 550. What's resulted since that bill was passed is that there's still a large gap in accessibility to naturopathic medicine. Only 5.5% of New Hampshire residents have individual insurance plans that are mandated to cover naturopathic medicine. Yet 55% of people have group insurance or employer-sponsored insurance, and those plans may or may not cover naturopathic medicine. So just to give you an idea of what that looks like, Harvard Pilgrim covers us under individual plans and group plans. Cigna covers us under group plans. Aetna covers us under group plans, but they only credential a certain number of us. With Aetna, with Anthem, the largest insurer in the state, the coverage varies widely. It is truly plan dependent. So they cover us under the individual plans as mandated. However, with the group plans, there needs to be a specific rider so that we are covered. And there are a lot of plans. If this all sounds confusing and inconsistent, well, it is. And imagine being a patient trying to navigate the complicated world of insurance, just trying to get the type of care that they choose to use. Because of the complicated nature of this, there's significant administrative burden to all parties, patients, providers, billers, and insurers alike. Due to uncertainty about coverage, it requires a phone call to insurance versus just looking up a benefit on the insurance portal. And the folks at the insurance often don't know what they're looking up. If you call multiple times, you'll get multiple answers. So often what we end up having to do is submit a claim and hope that the plan covers. And so the patient is risking that they'll get a bill. Some patients don't take that risk. And then if the patients aren't covered and they get a bill, well, then they want an explanation from insurance. So back to insurance we go, and then we have to try to collect that money. So patients with group insurance are often unable to utilize our services because their plans don't cover. And there are naturopathic doctors who take insurance in all regions of the state. People who value and rely on our medicine will often opt to pay out of pocket for our services while paying their group insurance premiums. So the monthly premium averages $635 to $706. I pay closer to $1,000 a month through my husband's employer. And visits to a naturopathic doctor range anywhere from $150 to $400 per visit. So for people who have multiple family members utilizing a naturopathic doctor, this really adds up. And of course, there are many people who cannot afford to see an ND while also paying for their group premiums. Other patients may lose coverage at the start of the year if their employer changes insurers. I see this in my practice every year. I can think of one family in particular this year. I do primary care, so to answer your question of what we do, we can do primary care, and I've been a primary care provider for 15 years. So this family of 6 has been seeing me. I see 4 of the kids. 2 of them I've seen since birth. I see the 2 parents for several years now, and their insurance changed, and so now they're in a position of having to pay out of pocket to see their primary for 6 people, or trying to find another primary, and good luck with the waiting lists. And so that, this situation puts them in a really tough position. These are just some of the challenges that we face day in and day out that we're trying to correct with SB 550. In terms of concerns about this being a mandate, at our Senate hearing, the insurance department did clarify that this is a soft mandate because it's a mandate regarding a provider type versus a service or a drug or a type of equipment. And I do want to point out that in the past, the New Hampshire legislature has passed mandated insurance coverage for every other major provider type in the state. So there is in statute mandated insurance coverage under group and individual plans for MDs, DOs, APRNs, PAs, optometrists, chiropractors, podiatrists, certified midwives, and the list goes on. So we would just ask that you extend the same courtesy that has been extended to every other healthcare profession in the state to our profession. We do not believe that SB 550 would increase insurance premiums. In fact, in states where they have rolled out full coverage, premiums have not increased. There's also substantial evidence, as the senator said, that naturopathic medicine reduces total medical expenditures, particularly for chronic disease. Chronic disease is 90% of healthcare expenditures. We also reduce costs related to prescription drug use and high-cost interventions. And due to the cost savings nature of naturopathic medicine in utilizing root cause medicine, preventive medicine, diet and lifestyle approaches, we estimate that insurance companies would save millions of dollars by utilizing or increasing access to NDs. And because we are paid as mid-level practitioners, the savings to insurance for reimbursing us is 15%. A lot has changed since that initial bill was passed in 2012. In the last 20 years, use of naturopathic medicine has quadrupled. Increasingly, we work collaboratively with conventional providers in private care settings. We are also integrated into Dartmouth Health. So the climate has really changed since the last time that we approached this. By increasing access to naturopathic medicine, we would increase access to PCPs, we would reduce the healthcare provider shortage, and we would decrease administrative burden to all and financial burden to families. We're successfully integrated into individual plan coverage and some group plans without issue. We've been licensed here for 31 years, and we've been taking insurance for over 13 years. And we provide a very valuable service to thousands of New Hampshire residents that benefits not only them, but employers and insurance companies. So we respectfully request your support of SB 550. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
You have a question?
Thank you. So in traditional, medical like allopathic, you have for any treatment, the billing code or that's submitted to insurance is
Sure.
like uniform, across providers.
Yes.
Do you have a similar thing in the naturopath that multiple naturopaths in the same area or in the state, they use the same billing code for same?
We use the same billing system as the conventional providers. So we bill for office visits. So we bill just for a simple office visit. Some professions, so I'm thinking of chiropractors, PTs, they have their own set of billing codes. We just bill for office visits, which are usually preventive codes or E&M codes, which the MDs and the DOs and the PAs and APRNs also use.
Further
Okay.
question to clarify. I need some more clarification.
Okay.
So, no, I didn't mean just the office visit. I mean, for any treatment that you provide.
Oh, I see.
So, do you have uniform billing code across all the naturopaths? They use same billing code to the insurance. Like, for example, if you're treating, let's say, a knee problem or some other problem, so do you or other naturopaths use the same billing code for that particular treatment across?
Well, it does depend on the specific concern. In terms of the treatments, so sometimes there are billing codes for like nutrition, for example. But most of the time, what we bill for is the time in the office with us. The modalities that we use often are lumped in with that. So we recommend supplements a lot, right? So the supplements, there's no specific billing code for supplements. And acupuncture is an entirely separate license and entirely separate billing model or billing situation. I don't know that I'm answering the question, but
I
usually.
think, well, the answer, the way I would
got
answer
it.
the question for you is, your example is knee, you said knee surgery or knee problems.
Any
Okay.
particular treatment,
So
yeah.
they're not orthopedics unless they actually then chose to go that.
I mean, just the
also get
example
that
I
as
gave,
an
you can
extra
better
route.
example.
There are plenty of naturopaths that are MDs also. They've
Okay.
had both duality. But even then, an MD is not doing much with the knee. That's going to send you to the specialist orthopedic surgeon, the orthopedic doctor. And that it is true. They could be one, but I don't probably there aren't too many of
That might be
those.
a wrong example, but I just meant any particular treatment that they do they have uniform billing code?
They use the same billing codes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I answer some of the questions that were raised to Senator
Sure.
Rosenford?
Yes.
Okay, so Representative Ammon, I think you're asking about the history. So in the early 1900s, there were homeopathic doctors of homeopathy, and there were homeopathic hospitals. There were folks who did what's called nature cure, and there were eclectics who did herbal medicine. And we're the joining of all of those bodies. There was a lot of money and effort put in the first half of the 20th century to eradicate our medicine, and we're still here and growing, thankfully. So that's what that history looks like. And then to answer your question, Representative Porcelli, what the insurance would have to do is credential us. The only companies that we would need to newly credential us are United Healthcare, and then Anthem does not technically credential us. They have contracts with us, but they would need to credential us. And then Aetna would need to expand the number of NDs that they credential. But from our perspective, that's really all they would need to do for this to go into effect.
Yes, Representative.
I had to look it up because my memory's a little fuzzy on this, but it was called the Flexner Report from 1910. It was a Carnegie report.
Yeah.
It's kind of a fascinating history of American medicine, and that's a big moment in history.
Definitely. Thank you for that.
You have your moment in history. That's right.
Any
Okay,
other
thank you very
questions?
much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have 4 cards here, all in support. Some of them said 5 minutes, so I hope you guys can maybe not do it that long, not say anything new, but if you want to tell a good, nice, compelling story, we'd love to hear it. Okay, so Glee, Corsetti, and Hooper. Corsetti, Hooper.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for being here, doing the job, all that. I spoke to you on the phone.
Yes.
I'm Glee Corsetti Hooper, private citizen, beneficiary, and advocate for naturopathic medicine, and I'm here in support. I understand this bill will expand coverage for a small segment of our population. I hope it might address at least some of our current shortage of medical providers, especially in places like the North Country. Naturopathic doctors offer their patients access to highly educated, licensed and professional, preventive and often curative, nutritional, homeopathic, herbal, mineral, botanical, and lifestyle guidance, treatment, and therapies. I'm sure we're all in favor of making New Hampshire citizens healthier. Naturopathic medicine addresses health and wellness, chronic disease, substance abuse, children's health, mental illness, and healthy aging. The tools they use are mostly natural, nutritional, biological, and energetic, with a focus on prevention of disease and restoration of health. You're probably aware that naturopathic doctors in New Hampshire are able to prescribe most pharmaceutical medications other than opioids. For some patients, becoming healthier reduces the need for pharmaceutical prescriptions. Only those who can prescribe can lower doses and oversee getting off medications as needed. I think this is especially important for our children. Reducing healthcare costs by assisting patients to take better care of themselves benefits all of us. A whole body approach covers healthy digestion, better mitochondrial function, hormone balance, nervous system function, sleep, sunshine, exercise, and making healthy lifestyle choices. As a former respiratory therapist, teacher, parent, autism advocate, and medical educator, I have experience with all sides of this equation. I can personally attest to the overwhelming value of this preemptive and corrective approach to health and well-being for myself and my children, extended family, and friends. It was Dr. Pamela Herring of Concord who successfully treated my postpartum depression in my 30s. She took care of my daughter's chronic sinus infections and bedwetting. She treated my son on the autism spectrum so successfully with homeopathic remedies, nutrition, herbs, and lifestyle changes that the experts at Children's Hospital in Boston started asking me what I was doing. It was the late Dr. James D'Adamo of Portsmouth who recommended diet and specific supplements. They elicited a remarkable and noteworthy change in my son's ability to focus and succeed as a student at Bow High School. He went on to college, law school, marriage, and home ownership. Dr. Ian Beer and his team at Human Nature Natural Health in Portsmouth over many years have helped me to maintain and improve my health and well-being through diet, supplements, and a variety of therapies. Dr. Beer also responds to my conventional lab results, ultrasounds, and recommendations from other conventional practitioners. I consider him as much my PCP as I do the one listed on my current insurance. I personally cannot imagine my life without the involvement of a naturopathic doctor or 2 or 3 on my team. As a caring and concerned New Hampshire citizen, I see the benefits of naturopathic medical advice, education, guidance, and treatment for a few more of us as not only likely to save money and make our state's citizenship healthier, but as a simple case of the right thing to do. Thank you for your kind attention. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair will call on Bert Matheson.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm Dr. Bert Matheson from New Hampshire Natural Health Clinic. I'll keep it brief. Thank you for listening.
A little closer to the mic.
Oh, absolutely. I just wanted to start by thanking Representative Hunt, who helped us get the first version of this bill passed in 2012. I worked on that bill myself, and that really, expanded access of insurance coverage for our services. So we're really thankful for that, and it got us off to a really good start and gave access to people who otherwise really wouldn't have had access to us. So thank you. Appreciate it. So this version, as you've heard, is trying to expand coverage for people. And being a doctor, I try to kind of get to the point. I think I'll give you a punchline. We'd really like to just help solve the doctor shortage in this state. So I think this bill will be a step in that direction. So that's a point I'd like to leave you with kind of as a punchline before I say anything else. Just to clarify what we do, we often treat chronic diseases. So 90% of the people I see have a chronic disease. And I really feel like we're very well suited for addressing the chronic disease epidemic in this country. Most of the people I see have been to 3 to 5 other doctors, including specialists, just to give you a feel for who we often see. Our licensing law in the state states that we're a system of primary care. So we are trained as primary care providers, but maybe a nutshell version of what we do, you might call it integrative medicine. For lack of a better term, we integrate natural therapies and conventional therapies. Just to clarify that. Example of the category of patients that often come to us, although they come to us for anything. They'll come to us for diabetes, and we would bill the ICD-10 code for diabetes, but they'll come to us for anything. But often, half of my practice for 22 years has been persistent Lyme disease. And now you can kind of add long COVID to that list. So we're pretty good at helping people with these sorts of things that take a lot of tools, let's say, to treat these things. So we often, as you've heard, we often use low-cost therapies that are not covered by insurance. So we might use supplements, nutrients, IV nutrient therapies, any number of things that we don't bill insurance for. So those are cash practices. So the insurance companies do not have to participate in that piece. We're really just billing an office visit with an ICD-10 code for whatever the disease was that we're seeing. We use imaging less, so that saves money, I think, for insurers as well. So as you've heard, having coverage just for individual plans has created quite a bit of confusion, although we're thankful for it. But, an example, had a patient the other day that, was told by their insurance company, yep, you're covered, no problem. And then we billed insurance, and lo and behold, they were not covered. So there's just a lot of disconnect there between the patient, the insurance company, and of course our office that kind of falls back on us and creates a lot of burden, I think, for the patient and for the offices. So as you know, people find it hard to find a doctor these days. So, here we are. We had 25, people that could participate right now as primary care docs and be covered by insurance by group plans. And there would be much more of that. Like I'm thinking of the future generations of naturopaths because my practice is probably winding down in a few years. But, we want to train some young blood, and we want more of them to come to this state. And if they know they can participate in group insurance plans, there'll be many more NDs in the state, and we can train up a new generation. So I'll keep it brief, but thank you for listening. And do you guys have any questions at all? Sure.
Representative Walsh has a question.
Oh, yes, sure.
Do you people have a website that lists where you are, where you're located, in case people want to change to one of you?
Sure. Yes, Dr. Hoff is the head of NHAN, New Hampshire Association of Naturopathic Doctors. So just put that in Google. Our NHAN website has a Find an ND section.
Okay. Representative Sullivan.
I'm just curious if you could kind of enlighten me to what is meant when they say like natural medicine. I don't know what that definition would look like.
Sure, yeah. Just kind of a general term, that probably means using probably anything but a pharmaceutical for that term. That's not all that we do. Like, we prescribe pharmaceuticals when we need to, if we need to. They're generally not our first go-to if we can, if we don't have to do it, So that might include, botanical medicine, nutritional medicine, IV nutrient therapy, homeopathy, spinal manipulation, PEMF therapy, you name it. Pretty much anything that doesn't use a drug kind of falls in that general catch-all term of natural medicine. Does that make sense?
Heard the question be inquired.
All right, so the senator, when he introduced this bill, said that you guys have some interesting techniques to treat Lyme disease, and I'm just like kind of curious. I just have a bit of a personal story. An extended family of mine's entire family came down, including their dog.
Yeah.
And the one of the people went to a naturopath and came back telling me, and it didn't make sense, that all she had to do is take enormous amounts of vitamin C. And I was like, that can't be true. Nobody actually said that. But I'm curious, like, what is the interesting different
He's not going to give his
ways?
secrets away. You got to pay him for it.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you my special sauce, but
Yeah, I mean, like, is it not using medicine, like traditional medicines for that?
Right.
Because I'm only keying in on this because the senator, when he introduced it, said that you guys have interesting ways that are more effective to treat Lyme disease, which sometimes doesn't react to typical medicines, from my understanding, which I'm not an expert.
Sure. I mean, we use an awful lot of herbal medicine to treat Lyme disease. There are quite a few herbal protocols that have been around for decades that have been pretty well tested clinically. That is usually the first go-to. I personally leave it up to the patient. Like, I give them 3 options. We could either use a combination of antibiotics and herbals alone, or there are other therapies too that I've used that are kind of actually different herbal remedies. That's kind of a special sauce. But so it's kind of three categories, but usually it's a combination of antibiotics and herbals. And then, vitamin C could be supportive at high levels done by IV. That is very, it's highly antiviral, not that Lyme disease is a virus, but there are studies showing that high dose vitamin C therapy does help the symptoms of Lyme disease. That's published. So, yeah.
Be sure to get his card before you leave.
I never carry my own cards. It's ridiculous. Anybody else?
You had another question?
I have a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Hopefully it's
Chairman.
not medical advice.
I am looking for it. You mentioned chronic disease. How about chronic pain? I mean, chronic severe pain.
Yeah.
What can you do about that?
I got some right now, yeah. Well, there's a lot of things. I mean, one of the big fields, and a lot of NDs are into this lately, is regenerative therapies. So, those are things like platelet-rich plasma injections, ozone injections, PEMF therapy. Those are a few, and red light therapy, laser therapy. All of which should be covered by insurance, but isn't. So those aren't covered by insurance. But laser therapy's been approved by the FDA since 2002. It still isn't covered by insurance, but those are just 4 things that we might do for chronic pain, including like natural anti-inflammatories, and maybe if there is a root cause other than like an orthopedic, injury or something, like for example, long COVID can cause pain. Lyme disease is famous for causing pain. So we're going to hit those things first.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where's your office?
Bedford. Anybody else?
We do have his card here, and it's, he filled it, so if anybody need, yes, Representative Patusek has a quick
I have
question.
a very quick question, Doctor.
He's all done. Now his wife's coming up, so she can answer.
In the fact that you were part of when you constructed this whole thing.
Yes.
Is naturopathic medicine covered by Medicare?
No, we're kind of in the position that DOs were in the 1970s. By that point, they were licensed in 30 states, and I think Mississippi was the last one for some reason. But we're not. So that's another nut to crack, but that'll be after I'm dead and gone, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Actually, that was a good question. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Kristen Matheson. Now, you're in Maine.
So I am sister of Dr. Matheson
sister,
and
okay.
a co-owner of New Hampshire Natural Health Clinic that is in Bedford. I will answer
It's in
that
Bedford.
question.
You drive all the way from Bedford?
I drive all the way from Kittery,
Kittery,
to
yeah,
Bedford,
which is-
but I also drive to Augusta because I serve in the legislature in Augusta. And
Oh,
I,
really?
And I
Yeah.
oversee the health coverage, insurance, and financial
How's this
services
experience
committee.
for the New Hampshire one? How do we seem compared to?
So I'll tell you, you're light years ahead.
There you
So
go.
I obviously serve in the legislature, and luckily we just adjourned on Tuesday so I could come to your state house to talk to you about this bill as well. I do serve as the chair of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee, and I also co-own a small private practice, and I'm a registered dietitian. So I have a kind of a interesting point of view around this process. I won't bore you with a lot of information, but I will tell you a little bit about what Maine just did trying to catch up to New Hampshire. But first, I want to tell you that I do all of the billing in my clinic. We have 4 naturopathic doctors, myself included, and I do all the insurance billing. I oversee a committee that oversees the insurance. And I still get incredibly frustrated with the processes that I have to go through in order to figure out if our patients are actually covered in New Hampshire by insurance. I do multiple calls, and what ends up happening, because we are all preferred providers in all private insurances in New Hampshire, all of the
PPOs.
providers in our clinic are preferred providers. It was new information to me that we weren't actually credentialed, because I was credentialed as a dietitian with all of those insurances. So I assumed that that just was translated for all of my providers that I added on to our unanimous contract. That wasn't the case, and that explains to me why it was so hard for us to figure out whether or not our patients had coverage. What I see happen often with patients in our clinic is that they will call their insurance company, they will ask if we are in network, and the answer is yes. In-network providers. So that translates for a lot of people, oh, you're covered, right? Mm-mm. Because sometimes a group plan may choose to cover it, like Cigna did. They weren't mandated to cover naturopaths in New Hampshire, but they chose to cover it, which I'm so thankful for that. That happened with other private insurance
You
carriers
just made
too.
the Signal lobbyists happy. Yeah.
I've seen a few of them in my committee. You're unfamiliar to
No,
me.
he's just here in New Hampshire.
But so that process is really hard, because what I end up doing with patients is I tell them, you should call your carrier and see and ask them specifically, not are we in network, but do I have naturopathic coverage? And then they can usually get the answer. However, unfortunately, because the person they're speaking to sees that we're in network, they say yes. And then the EOB comes back, they're uncovered. And oftentimes what I do as a business owner, because I think I don't like billing patients after the fact. If they transparently went through all of the trouble to try to figure out if they're covered. So we write off a lot of visits. Don't tell my brother. He'll be mad at me. But we do. We have to, and I feel that that's my responsibility. But it's a really difficult way to continue to have a private practice. You all know that this healthcare situation right now is not it isn't pushing people to remain in private practice. There's a real push to try to network to big, large groups. There's a real push to not be a private provider, and it's incredibly hard to do it. We've been in practice for 22 years, and I can tell you, we're not making a heck of a lot of money, but this is really important to us, and we really, really appreciate Representative Hunt. This is my second time in front of you in 14 years. I was here the first time, and I so appreciate that you brought this together so that we could see some movement. I understand as legislators, you have to navigate that challenging situation where you don't want to, we hate mandates in Maine too. You don't want to increase premiums, but we want access for our patients or our constituents. So there's that balance. And I'm sure that that was considered in 2012 as a new license provider that was coming in to ask for a mandated insurance coverage. And so I appreciate you threading that needle at that time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really do. Now, to get to Maine,
No, we don't want to.
do you want me to tell you the story
No,
about
no,
Maine?
no.
It's actually a really good story. I think you'll
Okay,
enjoy
okay.
it.
We like stories.
So, so the governor just signed this bill, thank God. But naturopathic doctors have been licensed in Maine since 1996. They basically, what happened is that because it was a new license, like here, there wasn't a lot of knowledge around what their background was. There was concern about licensing. There was a concern about safety. So what the Maine legislature did in 1996 is they required in statute that the formulary committee had a subcommittee that had to have a pharmacist on that board to be able to meet and have quorum. 30 years later, they had never been able to get a quorum to actually be able to meet to update their formulary. So they have the same formulary since 1996. So can you imagine? These doctors can prescribe insulin for their diabetic patients, but they can't prescribe metformin in Maine. Seems kind of crazy to me. So we removed in statute that requirement to have the pharmacist and encourage them to go back and work with everybody within their parameters of their scope of practice without a sunrise review, please, and come back and give us an updated formulary. They did everything within their scope of practice, within the laws that they practice under. They did not require a sunrise review, and now they've updated their formulary after 30 years. So you guys are well ahead of that, and I really appreciate that, and I hope, I'm in my 6th year in Maine. I've got 2 more because we have term limits there. But I'm hoping that we continue to, I don't know if you guys do or not.
We don't like sunsets.
Okay, okay. Well, we do. We have term limits there. So I hope in my next 2 years I can match some of the things you have done in New Hampshire. So I appreciate you giving me a little bit of time. I appreciate the work that you've done, and I also appreciate all of you listening to me.
Well, good luck, but we do have questions.
Sure. Oh,
no one gets off easy.
absolutely.
Representative Ammon, and
Thank
Representative
you, Mr.
Waltz,
Chair.
and then
And
Representative
thank you,
Teresa.
Representative, for your testimony and the compliments that you've given our state. And a lot of it goes to our non-term limited chairman. Representative Hunt. My question for you is, on this particular bill, if you were sitting here, would you recuse yourself from voting on this bill?
Yes, because it would benefit me directly with my
Okay.
business.
All right. That was-
Yeah, absolutely.
You
Yeah.
passed the test, okay.
Is that a germane question, right?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a practice in Maine, but I do in New Hampshire.
There
So
you
this
go.
would, yeah,
That's good.
yeah.
All right, Representative Waltz.
Thank you.
I'm glad I passed the test. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Are you familiar with nutrition response testing, and is that covered, if you're familiar with
Are
it?
you talking about muscle testing? Yeah. Personally, that's not something that I practice as a dietitian because I'm a licensed dietitian. That's not within my scope of practice. So if a naturopath does cover that, we don't typically do that in my clinic, but I'm certainly familiar with the practice.
And is that covered at all? As far
No,
as insurance? I didn't
that
think so.
isn't. We basically, the only thing that we can bill insurance for are office visits, levels of office visits.
They're not
And if there's
specialists.
an
They're really
active,
not specialists.
yeah.
So-
They actually, under insurance, were considered specialists, even though naturopaths are considered specialists, even though their scope of practice is a primary care by law,
Right.
which is really interesting. I don't quite understand that.
Representative Teresa.
No, I just want to make a comment that naturopathy and herbal medicine and these have been practiced in India and Eastern countries for quite a while. And I'm glad to see that the Western world and also the US have started to realize its benefits. I just wanted to make this comment.
Would you believe?
Thank you.
Would you believe?
Would you, I would agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your
Thank
testimony.
you. Did you want to, I
If
wasn't
you have
sure.
written testimony, yes, the
Yes.
clerk loves that. But you are on YouTube now for, it will always be lasted, but we do appreciate written testimony. Okay, got one card left, Maria Campbell. From Bedford, now are you from the same practice?
So I'm a patient.
Oh, you're a patient,
Or I'd
okay.
like to be a patient.
Okay, right, okay, even better.
So I first went and saw Dr. Matheson this past January. Before seeing him, I had called my insurance. My health insurance is Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. And when I called, they said that it would be covered. And so I made my first appointment. And after my first appointment, there were blood tests that Dr. Matheson wanted me to have done. And so I called my insurance company again to find out which tests may or may not be covered. And not only did I find out that most of those were not covered, which I expected, but then I found out that the original information they gave me was wrong, and I do not have naturopathic care with my plan. My plan is a family plan, so that was the problem. And then just to back up a little real quick, I've been dealing with chronic illness for a little over 4 years. I've seen specialist after specialist, so very many. In the last 2 years of everything that I'm dealing with, I actually washed my hands of seeing doctors because I was figuring out things to try on my own that were helping me more than what I had experienced with previous doctors and specialists, unfortunately. And then I came across information on Dr. Matheson, and it was a completely different route. I like the more natural route, and that was what I was hoping to be able to do. And when I first found out that I would have coverage for him, I was ecstatic. And then to only find out a month later that that information was incorrect, it was very devastating to me at the time because I can barely afford to pay for the blood work that I knew wouldn't be covered, herbal supplements that I knew wouldn't be covered, anything that's natural is not going to be covered. But the appointments themselves being covered would have been so huge and helpful enough for me to be able to cover the rest of it. But to now try to navigate potentially having to cover all of it is a little overwhelming. I've been taking my time on this, which I don't really have time. I've been sick for over 4 years. I haven't been able to work full time. And so when I first saw him in January, we'd already be on to treatment by now if it wasn't for the fact that I just have to kind of sit back and wait because I'm trying to see, oh, well, since they told me they were going to cover the first appointment, they gave me the wrong information initially, will they come back and cover it? And just trying to spread things out so I can make more money in the meantime to start to cover this or that. So it's been a very frustrating situation, and I just wanted to come here and share my story, and yeah, that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, having no more cards, I will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 550, and we'll see you all at 1:15. 6:46, and so nice to see you again, Senator Bertel. Just when I thought I had scheduled all your bills up early, and this one appeared.
Well, I appreciate it, but I'm here for Senator Rochford because he's chairing HHS right now.
Oh, good. Okay.
So, and since I'm next anyway,
Yes, anyways.
so for the record, my name is Regina Birdsell, State Senator for District 19, encompassing the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 646 for Senator Rochford. This bill provides that parity in coverage for certain biologically based mental illnesses shall be consistent with New Hampshire's Medicaid scope of coverage and reimbursement rates. And I would entertain any questions, but mostly for the people behind me.
You're introducing it.
Yes.
We get that. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, next up, Michelle Heaton and DJ Betancourt from the Insurance Department.
I set them up like I thought they should be set up.
Okay, good job.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Heaton. I'm the Director of Life and Health with the New Hampshire Insurance Department. So there are some technical defects with this bill, and so I just want to highlight some of them. I think what this bill is attempting to do is to align how mental health treatment is reimbursed under insurance with how it is reimbursed under Medicaid. These are two very, Medicaid is a different program than how health insurance works, so I'm not really sure that that is advisable or feasible. Some of the things that we would have problems with trying to implement is that we're not really sure what is the scope of coverage for Medicaid services. Traditionally, health insurance covers the reimbursement for health services, which is services rendered by, licensed medical professionals. We have mandates on the books already that require all health insurance to cover mental health services. So to the extent that there is not overlap, I'm not really sure what that is. What I suspect it's getting at is that Medicaid also covers other services that sometimes are more described as social services. If this is intended to expand that scope of coverage, then there is the possibility that the state may need to defray the cost because this would be a new benefit mandate. But without having done some, and I'm not aware of any analysis, but not having done any kind of analysis to compare what's covered under a fully insured plan to what's covered under the Medicaid plan, we don't really know what the scope of that would really be. So we wouldn't know how much the state would need to defray, but that would be an added cost to the state. Additionally, it's trying to, it sounds what it's trying to do is set reimbursement rates at Medicaid rates. I'm not sure how we would do that. I think we would run into conflicts with the federal mental health parity law. Generally speaking, Medicaid reimburses at a much lower rate than fully insured plans. So I don't know if I think that would be an unintended consequence. I don't know that we want to reimburse less for that. But to the extent those reimbursement rates are less, that would probably cause a mental health parity violation. And so we wouldn't be able to enforce a law that conflicts with federal law. There's also a couple other edits on page 2. Lines 12 and 16, where Medicare is struck and Medicaid is put in. I'm not really sure what was intended by that, but that section of the law is talking about mental health parity. And in looking at reimbursement rates for the purposes of mental health parity, we use Medicare as a reference price. And that's because Medicare rates are set based off of a formula. They're uniform across the country, whereas Medicaid rates depend on state funding and what's in each state plan. So it's not a very good reference point. So I don't know if that was really the intent there or if they were just trying to get everything to align with Medicaid. The references to Medicare here do not have anything to do with the types of benefits being offered. So that would make that type of analysis to look at mental health parity very difficult, and it wouldn't be telling us what we want it to tell us, essentially. So those are the big concerns I have there. Because of those concerns, there would be a fiscal impact, but we are not in a position at this point in time to get into what possibly that could be because we're just unclear what specific services we're even talking about. And again, with that reimbursement aspect, that would just be difficult for us to ever enforce because it would likely cause violation of mental health parity. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Stand by, because my hand later on. Jim, who do you want me to call next? Yes, I'm looking at you, Jim. Don't look around. Who do you want me to call next?
There's a few folks on community mental health centers here, so
I have a bunch of cards here, so.
Maggie Pritchard would probably be the first best.
Okay, come on up, Maggie.
Good afternoon. I have a bunch of handouts for you. I'll spare you doing that while I'm talking and give it to you when I leave. My name is Maggie Pritchard. For the record, I am the president of the Community Behavioral Health Association. I also happen to be the CEO of Lakes Region Mental Health Center up in Laconia and Plymouth. I'm here today for Roland Lammy, who you have a letter from, who's our executive director of the association. I am a woman of short speeches, right? So I usually cut right to the chase. But since
We like that.
since Michelle went before me, I'm going to say that this legislation has no intention to affect reimbursement rates. That was not the intent at all. We do not want to set the insurance rates for people. We want to make sure that people with mental illnesses have the same access to care to recover from their illness as people who had surgery. And so in the letter, if you look at the bottom, and I don't know if you got it ahead of time, but if you look at the last paragraph, that's sort of the nuts and bolts. It says, if you went into surgery and the doctor prescribed for you follow-up services, physical therapy, whatever, so that you didn't break your other hip or you got totally better and didn't end up in the emergency room, insurance companies would pay for that because they are medically necessary services. The services that we render at community mental health centers are for people with severe and persistent mental illnesses who need community supports to recover. They are prescribed by a physician or a nurse practitioner, and they are delivered as a medically necessary service. So I hope that you will take this legislation seriously because I think it does say we understand mental health as an illness that needs to be treated and we want people to recover. And do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Okay, so we don't generally do much Medicare stuff here in this committee because we're an insurance committee. So wouldn't the guidelines about what happens with Medicare, doesn't that happen under Medicare statutes?
So it happens under CMS, right? And it
Yep.
happens in the state plan. So New Hampshire's state plan says that mental health services are rehabilitative in nature and that they have to be prescribed by a physician or a nurse practitioner. And so we do follow those guidelines. What happens is that private insurances say we'll only pay for the doctor or the licensed professional, and we won't reimburse you for any of the services that you give beyond that.
Okay, so this is about 420? I mean, I don't have the RSA in front of me. Is this for insurance?
This is for the insurance company.
So
to
it's
say-
not about Medicare?
No.
Or you confused me when you talked about Medicare. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Oh, we do have another question.
Thank you. I'm sorry, can you please give examples of what the other services
Services
would
are,
be?
absolutely. So, and the people who testify behind me, the doctor in particular, will be able to do that. You have schizophrenia, and you have symptoms of that illness that interfere with how you think and how you function in the community. And we prescribe you a medication to tone down the voices and allow you to function better. But just the medication alone is not a magic pill. So we go with you into the community. We help you manage the voices, the symptoms of your illness, and get you to be able to balance your checkbook, get the right foods to eat, be a functioning member of the community, get you to vote, those kinds of things that are important to people's lives. And the pill just won't do it in and of itself. We have to have supportive services around people to make them better. Does that make sense?
Further question? She's
Thank you.
asking
If
for
you
an
wouldn't mind,
example.
like giving specific examples, like a home health aide or
Yes, it's much like a home health aide. I would liken it to physical therapy in your home or physical therapy, occupational therapy, those kinds of things that you do with people to make sure that they recover from the illness that you're treating. And the only way to do that is to wrap services around them and give them those additional cares.
But how would we put boundaries on that? How would we list out what
So
additional
we
quote
only have two
services?
services that we're talking about here primarily. We're talking about care management and functional support services. And both of those are defined in the HEMs, right? And are very explicit as who's qualified to deliver them, what they mean. And yep,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Christopher Kozak?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
And committee. I've handed out some written testimony. I'm not going to go over the same things there. I'm just going to highlight a couple things. My name is Chris Kozak. I'm the president and CEO of Community Partners of Stratford County, one of the 10 community mental health centers in New Hampshire. And today I'm speaking on behalf of all 10 of the mental health centers. I want to express our strong support for this bill. It's going to have a positive impact on all the individuals we serve. I think, as you just heard Maggie say, those that we see with Medicaid have access to certain services. Those with commercial insurance do not, and that's the crux of what we're here for on this bill. I'm going to change this up a little bit from what I have written down here. Basically, at least my understanding of what we're trying to do here is level the playing field on, with Senate Bill 646, so that anyone in the state with a serious mental illness has access to the same coverages. And as Maggie said, the two services in particular we're looking at are functional support services and case management services. You've heard that these are either not medically necessary or they're not healthcare services. And I guess I take issue with that. Medically necessary services generally, at least one time when I was in managed behavioral health care, the definition generally people went by was healthcare services needed to diagnose or treat an illness, injury, disease, adhering to generally accepted standards of medical practice. These services must be clinically appropriate in terms of type, frequency, and duration, and not primarily for the convenience of patient or provider. Neither functional support services or case management are for the convenience of everyone. They're used to treat an illness. There's very specific illnesses required in our rule set and law that defines who's eligible for these services. They adhere to generally accepted standards and they're appropriate type of service to be rendered for the condition at hand. So I'm not quite sure where the differences are, but I do know, I think this is the fourth year we've had some type of legislation trying to get through, and each time we tend to get derailed. We start conversations, we've gone through the amount of times we've built certain codes, we've gone through a review of codes, trying to align codes, but we never seem to get enough traction that this gets into contracts with all of the mental health centers, or that it gets reimbursed, or that it ever gets figured out. And so we're back here yet again trying to get some teeth to this so that we can move this forward. And this goes into the uncompensated care. The governor shouldn't need to put into her budget funds for uncompensated care for the mental health system, because part of that is commercial insurers not paying, right? So we're already taking money from New Hampshire citizens to cover some of these costs, right? So
let's put them where they belong, which is with the commercial payers as part of that. And it, at least from my end, I grew up in Minnesota, so I'm a Charles Schultz fan. I'm feeling a bit like Charlie Brown, right? Lucy's got the ball. She's going to hold it this time, and we're going to kick that field goal. And don't pull it away again, right? Let us kick the ball this time and see where this goes. Thank you. Any questions?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've been here all these years. I don't ever remember having this bill.
I didn't say it's made it this far. I said they've been introduced several different bills along these lines, and
Yeah.
each one tends to get derailed along the
On
way.
the Senate side. In other words, you never been on the House side?
I think they've been Senate bills, and I'm not sure they may cross over.
Okay, because this is
Yes, this is
all
the
new
first
to
time you're
me.
seeing it.
This is all new to me, okay? So I don't feel like I'm Lucy here, because.
No, you may
I
not
might
be.
be Lucy. I might turn out to be Lucy.
You might
but-
turn out to be Lucy,
but I
exactly.
don't- So, okay, you're here, so I'm slowly, I did finally pull the bill out and trying to, so I'm looking at all these disorders here on the DSM. And I do remember the DSM. We've had DSM bills over the years. And I think I started out like it was 6, and now I think we're at like 13 or something. But so at any rate, when I look at all these different things, I think in terms of what classically happens in our scheme of the world. I'm not in Medicaid. Yes, I'm now Medicare, but I don't know what is going to happen with me if I have disorders. But in my experience with mental health is that once you're there, we used to limit how many visits you could have, and then you had a couple amount of visits to figure out, work it out. But at the end of the day, what seemed to be true, and maybe I'm wrong, but it seemed to be true, at the end of the day, health insurance for the small group market, which is what we regulate, is they're going to want to get you on a drug. Okay, because we don't we don't want to keep talk therapy going on. That was always the hot button. That at some point in time, that there's going to be a limit to how many more visits you're going to get. Okay, and like I said, I was around when we passed you get the first 5, and then you can get the 3 or something, 3 to 5, whatever. So, and then I know it's somewhat different now with under parity, but when I look at all these things, so. From the testimony I just heard before, is that you've now had your procedure, your medical procedure, which I'm not sure what that means in mental health, and then have the follow-up, which what says to me is that they want to continue to have more talk therapy, or I don't know what you do. My mother had bipolar disorder, depression, so I don't know what goes on. What is it? What is the problem with the system's failing is that you're not doing the same thing what we do in, what I consider the standard care on health insurance, which is we figure out what's your diagnosis, we get you on a drug.
I'm not sure I agree with that, but I'll set that aside for a moment. I think there's certainly a time and a place for medications. I don't know that that's an ultimate goal. And especially in our children's services, I would definitely not go there, as I'm not even sure half of the kids that we serve are on medications. However, do they have an illness that benefits from guidance in the community on how to practice the skills that they're learning in what you refer to as talk therapy? Absolutely. It's not unlike if somebody's in for physical therapy, they may not just get on the treadmill unassisted.
Or get skills.
Right. They're developing skills, and so they need some assistance through that. And I guess that's the framework with the way I would understand that or look at it.
So you're not looking
and we are doing those. It just isn't getting reimbursed through the commercial payers.
So they're not doing enough, in terms of physical therapy, there's not enough sessions to give them the skills that they need to go forward.
the session that is being reimbursed is zero in terms of the community-based functional support services that we deliver.
This is under Medicare or under small group health insurance?
Small group.
Okay. All right, just trying to follow the ball here. Okay. All right, great. Thank you for
All right, thanks.
your testimony. Okay. Let's see. Sam Hawkins from NAMI, New Hampshire.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. For the record, my name is Sam Hawkins. I'm here today on behalf of NAMI New Hampshire in support of Senate Bill 646. We've talked a lot about the impacts that a mental illness can have on a person's life, long outcomes. I think we all understand that, but something I think we don't talk about as often is how the effects of a mental health condition and a person's symptoms can really vary greatly from person to person and will vary greatly from person to person, even in people with similar diagnoses. And it's because of that that oftentimes treatment does need that flexibility to respond to the unique conditions in a person's life that might be interacting with their mental health condition. There are aspects of a person's life that can both influence and be influenced by their mental illness. This is where functional support services, as we've been discussing, come in to help a person identify these barriers that might be slowing down their recovery, might get in the way of their long-term recovery and their successful recovery, and strategizing about ways to get around those. I know we've talked about in this bill and several other similar bills, this idea of what is a clinical service, what isn't a clinical service. And I know there are so many technical definitions around that, but I think for the folks who have been in these programs, the people that do this work, whether or not it's clinical or non-clinical may be up for debate, but it's really not up for debate that these services are medically necessary to people's recovery, to help them recover from their condition, prevent decompensation that is costly both to the person and the system. One more thing I want to highlight on this issue is thinking about how this issue becomes a lot more urgent when you consider the impact on individuals who are discharging from New Hampshire Hospital and the state's ongoing emergency department boarding crisis. We know, as we've talked about, a key goal of functional support services is to prevent readmissions to the hospital. And in fact, a lot of times when people leave New Hampshire Hospital, they may be on a conditional discharge that requires them to accept and continue to engage with functional support services. So this person is able to leave the hospital under an agreement that they will engage in these services. But if these services aren't covered and they aren't able to access them, they may be forced back into the hospital, or it will have an undue strain on the community providers, as we've already heard so much about. So we know that treatment works, and that treatment not only makes recovery possible, but also functional, sustainable, and affordable. But this can only be achieved when people access the right services at the right time in the right place, which is the whole idea of functional support services. So we do strongly support or urge the committee to please support Senate Bill 646 and close this coverage gap.
Okay. Any questions from the committee members? Yes, Representative Sharisa.
Yeah, I have a quick question from understanding. So who are the professionals who provide these services? Are they licensed psychiatrists, psychologists, or can you tell me who are the professionals who provide the services?
Thank you for the question. If there's another card for someone from the community mental health centers, I think I would defer that to them to talk about the exact qualifications of the folks who are providing the functional support services, because I don't want to misspeak on that.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair will call on Dr. Mindy Asbury from the New Hampshire Community Behavioral Health Association. Good afternoon.
Hi. Representative Hunt, I heard you refer earlier, are you losing it? Well, as a medical doctor, sir, I can say that you are not. So,
Okay.
you can, yeah, absolutely. Hello, my name is Dr. Melinda Asbury, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Community Behavioral Health Association, and in particular, the chief medical officers of that association, in strong support of this bill. I want to tell you just a little bit about myself so that way you can understand the perspective that I am bringing today. Like I said, I'm a medical doctor. I did my training at Duke University School of Medicine. I have a PhD and a focus of neuroscience, and I'm the Chief Medical Officer of Monadnock Family Services, as well as the Interim Chief Executive Officer. Nice to meet you, Representative.
Right, well,
you.
I knew your predecessor.
Yeah, oh, yes, yes. And I also co-chair one of the Mission Zero initiatives sponsored by New Hampshire Hospital and DHHS. I've spent my career treating and studying severe mental illness, such as those we're talking about today. So sometimes when people hear mental illness, they think this is something that people can overcome if they just try a little bit harder, or maybe if they meet someone and talk about their problems. Well, that isn't the case with serious mental illness. Serious mental illness is a brain disease, and in particular, schizophrenia is a neurodevelopmental disease, just like autism. And so similar to people who have neurodevelopmental diseases like autism or other chronic brain diseases like Parkinson's disease, this disease requires complex regimen of treatment because medications alone are not enough to work. The functional support that we're talking about, these are medically necessary and they're prescribed by physicians. Never in my life have I prescribed, nor will I prescribe, a social support service. I don't know where that assertion comes from, and it's absolutely not anything that I or any of my colleagues would ever prescribe. Neurologists who are medical doctors, they prescribe physical therapy and occupational therapy for individuals with Parkinson's disease. Pediatricians who are medical doctors prescribe functional communication therapy for individuals with autism, and psychiatrists, who are medical doctors, prescribe functional support services for individuals who have serious mental illness. Time and time again, research has shown that these services work, and there's a large study called a Cochrane Review. It's the highest level of evidence of any study, and it's funded by the federal government. And we know that there's no entity that likes to save more money than the federal government, right? Okay. So I just want to share with you some highlights of the outcomes of this study, which takes decades and decades of research and combines it into outcomes. So when individuals have functional support services, such as intensive case management, they spend more days employed, they spend more days in stable housing and less homelessness, they have less legal interactions. They go to the emergency department less. They get hospitalized less. And those that are hospitalized spend an average of 7 to 10 days less in the hospital than those without functional support services. You may hear from some people in the insurance industry that they provide care management. Well, care management is not case management. Care management is like an optometrist. It's not, he or she is not a medical doctor, but they're great if someone needs a routine visual checkup. But if you need eye surgery, you're going to want an ophthalmologist, and that is case management. So there is not parity, and they are not the same. If I may have a minute, Chairman, I'd like to address some of the issues or questions that came up about the don't medications cure these? What about kids? So this disease is a disease of the frontal part of the brain, and that part of the brain is really hard to penetrate with medications. And so what we know is that we need to combine other medical treatments with medications to be able to treat these illnesses. And we're not just talking about talk therapy. It's just like a neurologist who treats a stroke. There actually aren't medications to treat a stroke. It is all rehabilitative therapy. And we use therapy and medications, rehabilitative therapy, in individuals with serious mental illness. As my colleague said about children, it's actually against guidelines to provide children with some of these medications we use, and in particular antipsychotics, because they thin the cortex of the brain. And that disrupts their development in their childhood, adolescence, and adulthood. So if we were just to use medication, that would actually mess up the development of our children and our adolescent population. And so this treatment, these functional support services are the treatments that we have to use to treat these children and kids. So with that, I will rest and be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So can you describe some of these functional services that are not talk therapy, they're not drugs? Are they exercises? Does a physical therapist provide these things, or does a mental health counselor provide these things?
That's a great question, and thank you for asking that, sir. We have a functional support service that is called InShape, and that service is provided by individuals who
Why
are...
don't you spell that out so that the clerk
sure.
gets it? N?
Yes, IN, and then SHAPE, SHA.
InShape, okay.
Yeah, InShape. Yes, ma'am.
InShape.
Can I brag just a second about that, Representative Hunt?
Yes, I want you to.
You did. Yes, sir. I figured you did. So this was a program that was actually developed at Monadnock Family Services. And this is a program that uses individuals who are trained in exercise therapy to treat individuals with serious mental illness. This program was so successful that Dartmouth picked it up and started to implement it in programs across the country. And now this is an international program because it works so well. So yes, it is very similar to physical therapy, but physical therapy for individuals that have serious mental illness. Yes,
Just-
ma'am.
Right, give us a description of what it is. Much like physical therapy.
Yeah, yes.
And she's about to tell us what it is. So
Yes, it is a program that combines physical health and wellness. So goes to the gym with individuals, help them.
There is a gym involved?
There's a gym, yes. And a lot of the YMCAs, they value this program so much that they provide.
Keen YMCA?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay,
right.
good.
Discounted admission for our individuals.
Okay.
So they do specific exercises in the gym. They can also do exercises such as riding bicycles and training their brain to coordinate with physical movements. So it's brain training. A part of that, of course, is nutrition, because what kind of service is not nutrition? So there's some nutritional therapy and education with that same program. So that is one way to look at it.
So how long does a person need to have this training?
So our goal, sir, is always to have people with the least level of intervention possible. And so it's a case-by-case basis, but the goal is to graduate, individuals from this program and get them to a place of rehabilitation where this program isn't
The
needed.
heart of why we here is how many sessions does it take?
Yeah. And sir, I wish I could answer that with a specific number, but it's just like a victim of stroke. Some of those, sir, they're going to be able to recover in a couple weeks or months, and other ones, it's going to take them years. And so it truly is an individual. And sir, if it was something like the heart, that isn't a very complicated organ. But the brain is the most complicated organ in the body. And so it's not very predictable about how it will recover. And so in my experience, there have been people who have had, 4 months of InShape therapy. And
How many sessions in 4-month period?
it again depends on the individual, a minimum of 1 per week. So just like any other
Holy
kind of
moly.
therapy.
Okay.
That's no different really than physical therapy, which is sometimes 3 times per week.
We're big on physical therapy having limited amount of sessions. The
Yeah.
bill we have today, we just had
And-
yesterday, it caps at
And
8.
it might. And it might. And it might, right?
But
So
see-
again, it's
So just want to say, that's the heart of the problem, why you're here. At this moment, why you're in this room, why we do, is that the idea of an open-ended, nothing in sight to, you can say, well, the person's all better. But in reality is, for many mental health situations, you're never really all better. You have skills to deal with it. And at some point in time, the issue is for us, the legislature, is that how, the mental health parity was running on the assumption that everything has a point in time where you're cured, where you're healthy and you're fine. And you don't need any more physical therapy sessions. You don't need any more help. what this bill implies, that this could go on for a very long time.
I understand, sir, where that's your perspective, and I respect that, and I can absolutely understand sitting in your seats today where that might be what this sounds like. I think the important part for us to remember is that, are we talking about a cure or are we talking about rehabilitation? Because people with heart disease are never going to be cured. People who have strokes are never going to be cured. And people with schizophrenia are never going to be cured. And it's up to a doctor to determine the number of visits. And that's what we do here. So as a doctor, as a medical doctor, I decide, okay, this person is progressing very well, and so they don't need this intervention any longer. But if somebody had a severe stroke, they're going to need occupational therapy, longer.
Do you remember the days where we had a limited amount of visits, right? You can have the first ones, and then you had to come up with a plan, and then it was cut off, right? You remember those days?
I believe so. Yes, of course.
Well, that's the way we work. That's the nature of this committee.
And I
is
don't believe that
we have to put guardrails on these visits, otherwise the insurance costs or the impact on premiums becomes overwhelming.
My understanding is that functional support services aren't paid for.
Right. Well,
right.
That's why evidently 4 times you went to the Senate and never got any beyond that. So you made it to this step,
right.
But this is where the buck stops. We are this committee. We care most about what is it going to take to get that person back on the street, get them healthy, but knowing full well that at some point in time there's got to be an end.
And that's
in terms
fine.
Of care.
And that's fine. With a lot of people, there are. So I'm not saying this is a, unrestricted, everybody's on this forever. I just can't say, sir, that just like with any other treatment that's provided, we can never say that if you give somebody 4 sessions of physical therapy after a heart attack, they're going to be completely
No,
rehabilitated.
they're supposed to be given skills so they can take
and
care
that's
of
what
themselves.
we do. That's exactly
Right. So
what
how
we do.
many sessions do you need for skills?
It depends on how many skills the person needs. If they come in with a lot of skills, they're not going to need that many services. If they've had a really bad bout of serious mental illness, they're probably going to need some more services because they have brain impairment from that bout.
Okay, I'm all set. I got lots of hands here.
sure.
So start with Representative Herbert. Teresa
Okay, thank you.
Sullivan.
First thing I want to say, New Hampshire Insurance Commissioner D.J. Betancourt published an op-ed in which he offered a clear assertion that mental health care is essential health care.
Right.
For many who live with mental illness or who have family members who manage this illness, this was an affirming and important statement
Right.
from a senior public official.
You got to ask a question.
My question is, one more thing. Clearly, this is best exemplified by the fact that post-surgery patients are afforded additional medical services paid for by their insurance. A full recovery is made so that the patient does not end up back in the hospital requiring more surgery and emergency care. So is that the goal of Senate Bill 646?
100%. Yes.
It's in here. So
Okay.
the
So
point
your
is,
question was answered then.
there's an infrastructure, I think, that is there but not organized.
No, they're there because they feel the insurance companies haven't given that blessing to have more functional support service.
So my question is, how do we cure the problem?
That's the intent of this
That's what
bill.
we're here for.
Bingo. Good job. Representative Teresa.
Well, at least we know what the problem is.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Great point and good question.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So, as I understood by your presentation that mental illness therapy is not just talk therapy. So there are two parts of it, like you described. One is the medical side of it, where you prescribe medicines or whatever you do. And the second part, you mentioned that functional support system is a part of that. So is it fair to say that the medical side of it is being paid by the medical insurance company and only the functional side the functional support system is not being paid by the insurance company?
If you, yes and no. I don't think that the functional support is not medical. You know, it's a medical, it's a medical necessity that's prescribed by a doctor.
I'm
So
sorry, at this moment, is it
Oh, it's
the
functional
insurance
sup-
company, the insurance company is paying you the medical side of it, and they're not paying you the functional support system side of it? Is it
they are
correct?
paying us for the prescribing medications, but not the prescribing of functional support. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Got it. Okay, Representative Sullivan.
So I'm sympathetic to the chairman's concerns about just an open-ended, treatment plan or whatever. Also, very sympathetic to your analogies, because I'm not familiar with any of this, that this is sort of like a stroke victim who needs occupational therapy or whatever. There's got to be research or literature based, which, takes medians or averages for this. I would think there's research on this. So if you're talking about schizophrenia, maybe it requires 2 months of special therapy. If it's bipolar, maybe it requires 2 years of special therapy. I have no idea. I'm just pulling numbers out. But do you or anyone in this room have insight into that we could kind of use something as like a grounding point to think about? And that doesn't mean it takes away your right of, well, this is a special case, and so we need longer. But it might give us a good place to start when we think about how to frame this so not everything is open-ended. Because I do think that's a valid concern that everybody needs to think about. I don't know if I don't expect you to know the answers right there, but I think that would be helpful if we could get some of that information to help us and as we debate this.
We call this a would you believe question. It's something for you to think about.
I understand. Thank you so much for the question. You're right, sir. I don't know the answer, but I will find it for you and get it to the committee if there is an answer. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I guess I'm not. Sorry.
I'm just thinking of an analogy. I mean, if let's say somebody has cancer and the treatment may go on for 10, 15 years, and you have somebody with severe schizophrenia, and that also may be, long-term, maybe lifelong. So, why should we treat that differently in terms of payment? That's also a question to the chair. Why would we limit that in this scenario versus the other?
I think that a cancer patient who lives for years is a great thing. It's a marvel. The issue is that because they lived, that there is some point in time where they're on just medication. And that's really the heart. What I always say, the issue of mental parity being with doctors, with our medical system, is our medical system is about, we find that miracle cancer drug. And yes, it's outrageous amounts of money, and then they can live 11 years, and that's a marvel thing. So the question here is, if they're going to a functional support person every week for the next 11 years, it might be just as expensive as that cancer
But
cancer medicine.
Follow-up, it might also be keeping them out of a mental health facility, which is
I
gonna
absolutely
be-
agree. I absolutely agree. But
Do you agree with me?
that's where the rub of this. That's the rub.
Yeah.
Do I agree with you? I do, yes, ma'am. And there have been a couple studies to look at cost effectiveness, and it always depends on who the payer is, right? But average, it's about, if somebody has these services per year and you have about 100 people on these services, then the cost savings can be anywhere between $25,000 and $200,000. So it's a highly cost effective intervention. And the effectiveness goes up the more severe of illness a person has. And that's where you get your $250,000 of cost savings.
Okay. Representative Spear.
This might really be a question for you, and I don't know if that's allowed. But the insurance department, Michelle, who represents the insurance department, had a whole lot of questions. I'm not questioning that.
That was
whether
the
need for
details of the bill.
services.
Yeah, the details, and that we'll have to.
Are we going to be working on that?
Absolutely, that's what we do in subcommittee.
Okay.
We do that best. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Let's I'm gonna have one more question from okay, that's an important one. Jenny O'Higgins from Department of Health and Human Services. I do?
Yeah.
No, that's next bill. Right, no, excuse me. Yeah. Oh, no, he is on this bill. He is on this bill. Take it back. Okay. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Hunt and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing from me. I wasn't planning to speak on this one. I just wanted to very briefly clarify a few things that have come up on the Medicaid
Okay.
side as you talk through.
Yes.
So for the record, my name is Jenny O'Higgins. I'm the Legislative Liaison for Behavioral Health at DHHS.
Yeah.
Just here to provide quick information. So just for everyone, I know you've talked kind of back and forth about this coverage. So through Medicaid, case management and functional support services are covered as medically necessary prescribed services today, used to stabilize individuals with severe mental illness. And they, as you've already heard, are equivalent to those post-acute medical services like PT and OT and home health nursing. This is, though, very essential for our clients today to maintaining that community level functioning, keeping people in community. So without these functional supports and case management, people do often go back into the emergency department or inpatient care, which is much more costly. So with the department's, focus on Mission Zero and our roadmap goals, we're looking to continue to reduce any emergency department boarding and keep people in community whenever we can.
Right.
We get better outcomes, but we also lower costs for the state, which is very important.
Right.
And so these are clinically authorized and reimbursed through Medicaid today. And DHHS also has a big focus on CCBHC expansion right now, the Certified Behavioral Health Clinics. And these functional support services and case management are requirements of CCB expansion. So it's also in line with that goal of the department. And then just thinking about our major budget constraints, uncompensated care for our community mental health centers was a part of last year's budget in $10 million,
Yes,
$5
it
million
was.
each year. So that is a major piece to look at. And then just last piece I wanted to clarify or provide info on was sort of the legislative timeline on this, that these has come up in all of the 7 years that I've been at the department. There has been some bill around how to cover mental health services. And that includes SB 70 in 2021 and SB 85 in 2022 and SB 411 in 2023. And then a commission report out of that bill. And then SB 136 was the uncompensated care bill last session. So I just wanted to give you the quick legislative history on
Okay,
that.
well, don't go away. So
Hope I
do
could
you
answer
have
questions, but maybe-
you have patients on Medicaid who go years with getting this functional?
I think it's an individualized care plan for the service. And so between doctor and client and what that need is, as you heard from Dr. Asbury earlier, that would be dependent on the need of the person, the individual. But I do think that through Medicaid, we could look at claims to get information about that.
Yeah, so I would be very interested to know what the
Length of-
how the length of time that someone is continuing to get these. I didn't underline it. Functional
Support services.
support services. Yeah, write that down.
Length of time. Yep. Okay. And I owe you
Typical
something from
length of time.
yesterday too. So I'll be getting
Okay.
you all kinds of data.
Look forward to seeing you again.
Okay. Thanks
Right.
so much.
Thank you. Yes, because I called her, so you must have a card, right? Didn't I? Yes, here he is. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so Representative Barton. Sorry, I thought you were for the other bill, so. Okay.
I want to keep this brief. I'm not going to be taking any questions. Representative Rochefort's an associate of mine. We went to school together. I wanted to correct the record on a couple of things from a prior witness. You don't need to be a doctor to know things. Certainly, I know many things from reading books like Grey's Anatomy, a lot of Gestalt. I'm a hypnotist for my colleagues who think I'm just an engineer. No, I do a lot of stuff. I'm also a pilot. As a hypnotist, I can say that I have seen so many misdiagnoses of mental illnesses that can be treated with therapy, with hypnotherapy that can correct them permanently, and they don't need to be put on medication. There are some, probably very few, mental illnesses. Autism is one of them. Schizophrenia to some degree. I think that there's different variations of that, but I think that this bill addresses a small class of mental illness, and I certainly think that it all needs to be treated for people with long-term disabilities that biologically their system cannot adapt to make them functional, and that there are medicines that can correct that. Certainly that's necessary, and you become dependent on that. I don't think that this would have a great impact that would disrupt the system. So with that, I also wanted to correct that optometrists are trained to perform surgeries, especially laser surgeries.
We did have this bill, yes.
Yes, and yeah, just for the record, I believe that optometrists, even though they're not doctors, can perform those surgeries. I, as a hypnotherapist, can perform treatment probably better than certain psychologists and psychiatrists to some degree. When you're treating something at a subconscious level, it can be a lot more effective than sitting in a chair, talking about your history with your mother and your childhood and all of that. So I just wanted to put that out there.
They made it clear that this wasn't about talk therapy.
Okay, but that was in the record. I want to make sure that that's clear, and that if the governor, if you're watching, that's the testimony here. So with that, I'm not going to take any questions or take any more time. I support Senator Rochford's legislation, and I hope you all will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So I have one more card in support, and then we'll have the insurance companies tell us what they think. All right. Sheila Mullen from Riverbend. Yeah.
Oh, it's red now. Okay. So good afternoon, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. My name is Sheila Mullen. I'm the director of the Community Support Program at Riverbend Community Mental Health Center, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the New Hampshire Community Behavioral Health Association and representing all 10 community mental health centers. So everyone that's gone before me has made a lot of the same points that I'm here to make, but I also oversee a team of functional support specialists and case managers, so I can answer any of your questions about what that service actually is. It's a service that prevents people from going back to the hospital using higher cost center services like emergency rooms and long-term inpatient stays. So when you're asking questions,
Yeah, pull it a little closer.
when you're asking questions about how many sessions will it take, this is a responsive service. It's not a reactive service. So when someone is utilizing the services and we see improvement, we back off. When someone is utilizing the services and we see decline, we provide more. So a practical example would be an unhoused individual living with schizophrenia. They have a case manager who provides advocacy, referrals, and linkages to the services that person might need in the community because their symptoms prevent them from doing that in an organized fashion. The functional support piece would be potentially bringing that person to see a primary care physician. Maybe they haven't seen a doctor in 2 decades. Bringing that person to the doctor, previewing with them what the appointment's going to be like, supporting them with managing their symptoms that are potentially auditory or visual hallucinations, disorganization, difficulty following through with what the doctor might prescribe to them, and then supporting them afterward with doing that follow through. Those are all things that make living in the community sustainable, right? You and I could potentially do that on their own. Some people need support with that. The hope is that when we provide front load services to prevent crises, they'll need fewer services in the long run. There are critical gaps in care. The gaps cause symptom relapse, psychiatric crises, increased emergency department use, and avoidable hospitalizations. And each time someone's functioning is disrupted, it reverses their progress and increases the overall system costs. So we're looking at the system as a whole. I work with families every week that have to make the choice between receiving the care that they need or paying their bills. Privately insured individuals are not able to have case management and functional support services paid for. Medicaid is the only insurance company that reliably pays for these services in New Hampshire. So imagine that one of your family members was experiencing a psychiatric crisis and they needed increased care to prevent them from another psychiatric stay, but you only had private insurance and you couldn't access that care. What would you do? So we've had lots of individuals say, unfortunately, we can't afford that care. So they decline the services that we have to offer and then potentially ultimately end up in a worse position later on. So in closing, what I will say is that Senate Bill 646 is not an expansion of theory, it's a correction of practice. It addresses well-documented gaps in access, reimbursement, and accountability using existing systems. The question isn't whether we pay for mental health care, it's whether we pay early and effectively or late and expensively. Questions?
I got one question.
Sure.
Is it possible that someone could be on this for the rest of their life?
A very small subset, I would say yes. But most people utilize the service for short and concentrated periods of time. We're not talking about the entire population of New Hampshire.
I
needing
understand
these
we're talking,
services.
hopefully not.
No, not at all. Although sometimes I'd love a
Right.
case manager. Right. I would love someone to refer me to things. But this is a small subset of individuals living in our state that require these services. And there's always a bell curve. Some people will require very few services for a short period of time. Some people will require more services for a longer period of time. But most likely, people will fall somewhere in the middle.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Okay. Paula Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Paula Rogers, and I represent America's Health Insurance Plans, which is basically a membership organization. You hear from member companies, Harvard Pilgrim, Anthem, Cigna. I've been listening to the testimony, and I'm thinking, and it's sort of coming across from the committee members, that you really haven't had a discussion about things like functional supports, care management, case management.
I learned something new today.
And so what you probably might feel better about is that this is not the first time this issue has been discussed. So for several years, and I was sort of out of the loop for 1.5 or 2 years, I know there were discussions at the insurance department at some length and a resulting bulletin that came out of the department that very specifically laid out procedure codes because the department recognized the things that we're struggling with in this committee right now. Medicare, Medicaid, commercial insurance, they sort of all have their own programmatic identities, and there are misalignments between and amongst them. So there is definitely a misalignment between Medicaid and the commercial insurers in New Hampshire, perceived differently from both sides, that is underpinning this bill and the next bill. So this bill is sort of a broader population. The next bill you will hear is kids from 18 and under. And, but they're both getting at the same issue, which is this misalignment that exists certainly needs to be discussed in a better forum. Not that I'm saying that the legislative forum isn't the best discussion for this, but it is a complicated issue. The department issued a bulletin, I think it was in March of 2024, outlining all of the codes that the commercial carriers identify and reimburse for, aligned with where the Medicaid codes were, Medicaid services were for billing those codes. And then when you trail down, many of them were both reimbursing. But if you got down to the end, there were a cluster of services where there were disagreements. And there may have been differences company to company. At the end of the bulletin, the department correctly suggested that plans continue to talk with providers about these misalignments to see if there were ways they might be addressed. For this bill, again, this is a new bill. I haven't seen this bill before. The bill you have coming up next, I have seen before. There have been some discussions around this, but quite frankly, they've been at odds with one another. And there has been maybe not the progress that bill sponsors would have hoped, certainly on the bill that's coming up next. On this bill, the department pointed out some technical difficulties, but in many ways, you're aligned having to have the same discussions about the same elements of the bills. So where are the insurers? The insurers are continuing to be open for discussion. We have members that certainly are insured by the health plans I represent that receive services in clinical, in mental health centers. We have them that are receiving services, very few in the Medicaid Fast Forward program that you're going to hear about. I just wish there was some way we could have some sort of alignment in what we're trying to achieve, try to achieve it in a reasonable fashion, and there is no guarantee that it will result in totally aligned programs. If Medicaid and Medicare can't realign, we could expect the same between commercial carriers and Medicaid. So I listened with care and I understand the tensions on both sides. I would just say that I think my plans would like to continue discussions. And I think this bill is not ready for quick legislative determination.
Fair enough. Any questions from committee members? Representative Ammon.
Thank you for your testimony. It's more of a would you believe.
You have to pull it closer.
Got too much stuff on my desk. This is more of a would you believe, and I'm trying to pull it up here because I was just looking at it. The Senate report said that there's ongoing discussions amongst stakeholders. That was their final report. So is that what you're referring to? What ongoing discussions are happening?
The discussions have broken off recently. That's my understanding on the bill that's coming up. And that's always unfortunate. We speak, the health plans and the Medicaid program speak somewhat different languages. When you hear the bill coming up next, there'll be a little bit more detail about an element of what are called CMEs and their management of children with serious emotional difficulties. That I think will be instructive because it will be a program that has this tension within it of who will reimburse for it and who won't.
Representative Sharice has a
Thank you.
question. Oh, you're willing to take one?
Yeah, quick question. So you did mention about the discrepancy between Medicaid and the commercial insurer. So from your opinion, Medicaid considers this, functional support as a medically necessary, and why the discrepancies between, what do you think that discrepancy is happening between Medicaid and the commercial insurance for this aspect, from your perspective?
I think the way I deal with the question around what is functional support is one would have to know exactly what is being provided. And that's why when I point to the bill coming up next, the case management companies, care management companies that are working with the functional support construct that they use, you will be instructed as to what they do. They meet with families, they meet with the children that are involved, they develop a plan, they have functional supports for maintaining that child in the community, and they're wonderful programs. The question comes right down back to this clinical issue. Is it medically necessary, clinically necessary? And there's wiggle room for those definitions, of course. But the reality is that there is a gap and it exists. And I think it's just part of the structure in which we provide care as a group of providers, Medicare, Medicaid, and commercial insurers. The more that we can align, the better. But I think to promise complete alignment may be unrealistic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair will call on Cam Limping.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Cam Lapine. I work at Orrin Reno, here today representing Cigna. We are in opposition to Senate Bill 646, primarily for many of the reasons raised by the Insurance Department when they spoke to the bill. We believe that it would likely put every plan in New Hampshire out of compliance with MAPIA because it would actually reduce mental health reimbursement rates, which would be out of compliance with federal law. It would the use of Medicaid as the benchmark is also odd and inconsistent. I would also just note from the Senate hearing report on Senate Bill 646, this is from Senator Rochfort's introduction of the bill. The intention of filing this legislation was to bring all parties to the table and work with stakeholders to find a solution. I don't want to put words in Senator Rochfort's mouth, but I read that to mean that the intention is not actually to pass this bill. It was to have conversations. Cigna has not been directly at the table in those conversations because, as often happens, we are not the largest carrier in the state. You know, Anthem is, and I'll let Anthem speak to their status in those negotiations or in discussions, I'll say. So there are lots of problems with this bill, which you've heard, and I will leave my testimony there because it's been a long afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. So last but not least, Sabrina Dunlap from Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sabrina Dunlap. I'm Senior Director of Government Relations for Anthem. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on SB 646. We are opposed to this bill. I'm not going to go into the drafting issues. I think the discussion that's happening is good and worthwhile, but it is grossly mismatched with the language that is before you. So I think that's important to point out. I also just want to say that we were part of discussions last fall. Senator Rochfort organized a stakeholder group, commercial carriers, CMHCs, the insurance department, some other stakeholders. And what came out of that is I met with my colleague directly with the Community Behavioral Health Association, and we had a very good long meeting. We have a good working relationship with all the CMHCs. They're all in our network. And we drilled down on 2 codes. And these 2 codes, my understanding is, are not covered by commercial insurance anywhere else, certainly not any other state where Anthem does business. And part of that gets at this issue, which is they are for functional support services and often are described as non-clinical in nature. So I think that gets at an issue that is sort of in the room today, which is commercial health insurance is different from Medicaid. We are not the same. We have a different fiduciary duty to our members and our employers. The state runs Medicaid. They have a duty to the public. We are different, though. And, when Jenny O'Higgins brought up the number of bills we've dealt with over the last few years, I'm glad she brought it up because I've been in those meetings. I've been part of those ad hoc legislative committees. We have done a ton of work. And if you look at the overlap between the codes that commercial carriers cover and what Medicaid covers, it's not 100%, but it is very close. So I do want to point that out. And I won't go into the problems with the way the bill is drafted. I do also just want to note that I was just looking at the Behavioral Health Association annual report, and if you look at the pie of what commercial insurance is for them, I think it's 7%. It's a tiny slice. So it's mostly Medicaid, Medicare, and uncompensated people who don't have insurance. And that's not to diminish our role, because I do think we have a very important role, but it is to say for some of these CMHCs, they see very few commercially insured members. So I think to suggest somehow that commercial insurance is the problem for CMHCs financially is just not accurate. So I just wanted to point that out. And we are still engaged in discussions with the Behavioral Health Association. updating our contracts requires reviewing the codes at issue and figuring out if we can put them into our contracts with the CMHCs. We are still engaged with them. So I don't think the bill is necessary. I certainly think it's problematic as drafted and happy to take any questions, but thank you for the chance to testify.
Representative Sullivan has a question.
I actually have two questions. The first one is you said that you appreciate the conversation that we've had here today, but that it is grossly mismatched with what the legislation is in front of us. So can you just like briefly explain what you mean with that statement?
Yeah, I just think the bill as drafted is incredibly broad, and it's vague, and saying that we would have to cover and reimburse consistent with New Hampshire Medicaid scope of coverage and reimbursement rates, that would essentially force commercial insurance to function as Medicaid.
Okay. And then my second question was, you said that commercial insurance is not the problem. Very few people are using it or using it for these sorts of services. Is that because you're not covering it well? Or is that because the patients don't need that? Or on average, fewer patients need that who are on commercial insurance?
Thank you for that question. The point I was trying to make was simply that for many of the CMHCs, it is such a small number of commercially insured people who go there that the suggestion that a bill that mandates coverage of certain Medicaid codes would make a massive difference financially for some of the CMHCs, I just don't think that's the case. We
One quick
cover
follow-up.
Further question, may I inquire?
CMHCs are in our, sorry, I just wanted to say CMHCs are in our networks, and we do cover many, many services. Again, it's just not an exact match to Medicaid.
Okay, so if this changed, you're arguing that it wouldn't make a big difference for their systems or whatever. Their I guess you said finances, like.
So
I'm just confused. I'm just trying to get down to what I'm trying to understand is the reason why they such a low share are going is because you don't cover it well. But then you're saying you do cover a lot of it. So is it simply that for whatever reason, the people in commercial insurance generally don't need these services? Maybe you just have, on average, a healthier population or something.
Thank you for the question. I understand what you're getting at now. I think historically, the community mental health centers have largely served the Medicaid population. I don't know. There's many reasons probably for that.
Okay.
But certainly our members do go there, but the CMHCs, most of the population they see have Medicaid.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Wolf.
Hi there. Can you just go back and say again what those two codes were that you're not covering?
I don't think
By
I actually
commercial
named
insurance.
the exact codes. I can send them to you. I do have them.
I
Just
told her
give-
not to worry about it, but she didn't listen.
I can, they're in my
They're
notes
just-
somewhere.
They're
but-
part of the functional.
Yeah, they're functional
coverage.
support
Functional support. That's all I
services, yes. And
Those
care
are
management.
covered.
I'm sorry, it's functional support and care management codes. And there's two specific ones that we spoke about
That's all I
with
needed.
the head of the Behavioral Health Association.
It's perfect. Thank you.
Just
Thank you. So I'm just trying to, understand the differences or the problem that's trying to be solved here. So you're saying that you do cover some of these services, so you must have some type of boundary on either number of visits or, how do you figure out what should be allowed or covered? And what is the discrepancy with what you think the issues are that are trying to be solved? And I understand you're not Medicaid, but and then how would you even start to figure out what the premium impact would be?
Thank you for the question. I don't know about the premium impact. I think the bigger issue is that the codes in Medicaid that are aligned with some of these functional support services historically have not been covered by commercial health insurance because I know this is a matter of debate, but they are non-clinical. You just heard some of them are not what we traditionally would think of as being covered by health insurance. And so that's the issue. And so I think the work we've done over the last 5 and 10 years is to get closer to where Medicaid is. And we do recognize the value in many of those services. The way we reimburse for them and I'm not an expert in contracting, but often things like peer-to-peer support, we do cover it, but often it's part of a bundled arrangement. And I would say always there's sort of a clinical anchor to the services that are being provided. So somebody in that realm has an MD or, some sort of appropriate licensing. So I don't know if that helps, but.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I will close the public hearing at 6:46. And last but not least, Senate Bill 498. Certainly.
One first.
Wow.
Now you know why I'll schedule these two bills. You ready? Everybody got their pink cards in? There's too many of them here, so don't think you're gonna put one in at the end of the day and see me smiling. Okay. Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee. For the record, my name is Regina Birdsall, State Senator for District 19. Shh. Rule with an iron fist. For the record, my name is Regina Birdsall, State Senator for District 19, encompassing the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 498, relative to children's mental health services for persons 18 years of age and younger. This, to me, is a common sense piece of legislation with an attempt to save our state some money and help our young people succeed. 498 solves a disparity in insurance for critical mental health services, families and systems together, which is our Fast Forward program. This is an evidence-based, community-based service and is a large part of our children's system care. The key to the high rate of success for this program is that it wraps around a family and offers them services tailored to meet their needs. The problem is that Medicaid covers Fast Forward at a bundled rate. Private carriers do not. This means that the service administrators, care management entities are unable to seek reimbursement for the privately insured children that they serve. However, privately insured children can still access these services in one of two ways. Our state, recognizing the success and importance of this program to our largest system of care, has agreed to pay for this population of children using state general funds. Or because the child was unable to access the service in a timely manner, their condition worsens until they need hospitalization or other inpatient treatment. This qualifies them for a specialized form of Medicaid, HCCSD Medicaid. In either situation, New Hampshire taxpayers are burdened with paying for that, something the private carriers should cover, and New Hampshire children are left without care they desperately need when they need it the most. So today you'll hear from from many of the stakeholders who have come together to craft Senate Bill 498 after over 5 years of diligent efforts to find a working solution to this discrepancy in coverage. And I will say, when I agreed to put this bill in with the stipulation that in the fall, when I agreed to put it in, that the stakeholders would work diligently to get to a solution that everyone could live with. Those talks broke down last week. So together, we've decided that the clearest path forward will be to assess the private carriers and use the funds generated to better serve our Granite Staters. So the assessment model works for a few reasons. It ensures the plans pay proportionately to their market share. It avoids complications with various federal laws. And 3, it creates flexibility to meet the demands on the program year to year. New Futures is here to go more in depth and why this model makes sense for our state. You'll also hear from DHHS on why this bill is needed, and they've been behind this bill for a long time. And you'll also hear directly from the care management entities on how they serve the children and families that they care for. So with that, I'll pass it over to New Futures, and I'll try and entertain any questions as well as they will. Thank you.
Well, actually, there's one question I have for you. Are you on fiscal?
I am.
Were you in the room when the decision was made that this wraparound coverage was going to be offered for private insurance, kids who were private insured?
I don't remember. When was it? Which month
Evidently,
was it?
this happened about 6 years ago.
No, I was not.
Okay.
I only got on fiscal when I became.
Right. So the question I'm posing to you is that the reason why this is a whole new subject for me that I never even heard of is evidently private insurance has never really done this before, and that we as the legislature did empower Health and Human Services to create this program for kids under 18. And then when it was initially started, and the only reason I know this is because I got phone calls that I guess the initial program was that it was limited only to Medicaid kids. And then out of the blue, it was then decided that private insurance kids were going to be eligible. Hence, this issue of this legislation, which is now the area that we cover, or we're now learning about it. And I just had this aha moment after the bill we just heard and realizing that now I know why I've never heard about it. Never, because this was something that was always done. This was, probably done through finance, or maybe it went through Health and Human Services to create this wraparound program in the first place. But that we could simply say solve this problem, and that is that we should go back to the original legislation, which is this program should only be eligible for Medicaid.
Well, then what do you do with the kids that are in need and the
I
families
understand that.
are in need?
Evidently, we will have to figure that out because of the insurance market.
Which is
And that's
why
what
I
the
put
other
that.
bill.
Which is why I put those stakeholders together from last fall till last week to try and figure it out, and it broke down.
Right, exactly, because we have never dealt with this in the insured market. This is the whole wraparound, the whole thing, all of this is all new. Evidently, insurance companies are not really doing that because they don't even have the codes.
They do cover some services.
Some services got covered, though it's certainly the ones who have contractual relationships to the insurance companies.
But now the state is paying about $2.5
But
million
more
a year.
importantly, well, that's because somebody in the state made the decision to include insured kids. And I want to know who made that decision.
It wasn't me.
Okay. Who made that decision? Because to me, the simple answer to this problem is that we repeal that and then create the study committee to figure out how private insurance can mirror the program or copy the program or do whatever we do as an insurance committee, because we've been bypassed all along.
It wouldn't be such a bad idea, except I saw how a study committee or a work group did not work well together. So
But we weren't in the room.
this is true.
Okay, now I'm all set with you.
Thank you.
So we have Emma and Michelle. Welcome. Nice to see you, ladies.
Nice to see you. Thank you for having us. Just to quickly kind of address your question is, I don't think that this was just an out of the blue decision that was unilaterally made. The Fast Forward program is a keystone to our children's system of care, which is RSA 135F, and that has passed through both bodies and has received substantial investments. Both bodies really recognize the importance of this system of care to our state, the health and well-being of our youth, long-term success of children and families across the Granite State. So I don't think this was a decision made by one person out of the blue, but rather a very thoughtful, long discussion over many years to craft the system of care legislation and this
Right,
program.
but my question was, it started out, it was only for Medicaid. At some point in time, now maybe, are you gonna tell me that's not true? Because that's what I was being told. I was being told this program initially was only a Medicaid program. At some point in time, that changed. And I just want to know whose idea was it and I mean, I understand the rationale for it, but that it bypassed this committee, which would be is charged with the responsibility of what happens with health insurance premiums and costs and benefits comes from this committee. We never heard about it. We never got to see it.
So I think when DHHS comes up, they'll probably have a little bit more history on it.
It'd be wonderful.
Thank you. So good afternoon. My name is Emma Savini. I'm the Senior Policy Director for Children's Behavioral Health at New Futures. We are here today in strong support of Senate Bill 498. By way of background, New Futures and other stakeholders have been working for 5 years diligently to find a workable solution to this coverage gap that Senator Birdsall described for you. The insurance department has convened groups around this. There's been a study committee, multiple pieces of legislation have been filed, and yet privately insured children are still not able to access Fast Forward through their coverage. Currently, the funds available to the care management entities for the care they provide to privately insured children, those funds are capped at $2.5 million per year. These funds are drawn down entirely before the full year is up, and so in order to have that gap closed, providers are forced to privately fundraise approximately $1 million per year to backfill this deficit. At a certain point, the need for these services will outpace the funds available and care will have to be rationed or wait lists will have to be imposed. That's why we're here today backing Senate Bill 498, which uses that assessment mechanism to reimburse the CMEs for provision of Fast Forward to services to privately insured children. Senate Bill 498 creates an entity to assess the carriers proportionately to their share of the market. A governing board oversees the calculation of this assessment based on utilization data, and the carriers absolutely will have a seat on this governing board, so they are able to actively participate in the setting of that assessment rate, and will have access to the data they need to see who is able to or who is utilizing these services. The funds collected will then be transferred to a fund that DHHS will use to reimburse the care management entities through contracts. This assessment model is the easiest way forward to get to a workable solution for a few key reasons. Number one, it preserves the bundled nature of wraparound, which makes the program so successful. Fast Forward has high rates of success because it treats children and families in their communities using things like peer support and functional supports and therapeutic interventions as one program at a bundled rate. This keeps children with their families, avoiding the trauma and disruption of family separation, leaving their friends and their communities behind, school disruption, and the full bundled service array needs to be covered and needs to be available for those providers to adequately provide the service with fidelity. The assessment preserves the care management entity's ability to receive reimbursement for the full bundle of services offered. It also ensures that the plans pay proportionate to their market share. An assessment is able to reach all of the plans in New Hampshire. So even if a plan originates out of state or is one of those plans that falls under the self-funded bucket, it would still have to pay the assessment for its members here. An assessment also avoids two issues that stem from federal law that you've kind of touched on already. First, ERISA blocks state law from regulating self-funded plans. This means that if we were to mandate coverage, the law would only apply to those fully insured plans that are under the state law purview. That's about 30% of the plans in New Hampshire. So by doing an assessment, we're capturing the full market. Second, the Affordable Care Act requires states to defray the costs of any additional services over and above those described in the 10 essential health benefits or in the state benchmark plan. Therefore, if fast forward was mandated, the state would still have to cover the cost of the program for the children who do not have a plan that is covered by state law, and would also have that defrayal cost piece. So it would really be not much of a cost savings at all. The assessment model also includes carriers in a way that ensures they have access to the necessary data to predict the costs of the program, while also making sure that the funds collected meet the needs of the state. Right now, children and families are unable to access these services in a timely manner. The care management entities are unable to bill for these services. Using the assessment model ensures that we have the appropriate data collection and utilization and the flexibility to meet the needs of the children in our state. This is also the best way of protecting our consumers from higher premiums. The assessment will cover the amount of general funds currently used to care for privately insured children, which totals about $2.5 million every fiscal year. Doing some quick back of the envelope math, $2.5 million spread across the 860,000 covered lives in New Hampshire amounts to approximately $2.90 per member per year, or 24 cents per member per month. And this does not account for the cost savings that the carriers will see when their members are able to access this care in a timely manner. On the Medicaid side of things, the system saw a 28% reduction in costs due to a reduction in high-cost interventions meaning fewer children had to go to hospitals, fewer children had to go to residential treatment programs, and those are much higher costs for treatment plans. Senate Bill 498 also addresses concerns about the medical loss ratio by counting the assessment as a medical loss, further protecting members from premium pressure. Senate Bill 498 has been carefully crafted to ensure that New Hampshire children get the care they need when they need it, while still protecting taxpayers. The question is not whether these services are needed or effective, but rather who should pay for them. Families are already paying premiums, and they deserve to get the care that they pay for. With that, we're happy to answer any further questions or.
What were those per month dollar amounts?
Annually or 24 cents per member per month.
$2.98 annually. Annually. Okay.
The only thing that I was going to add is in response to your question around, and again, the department may be able to chime in on this, is the decision point. It was around 4 or 5 years ago to allow for privately insured kids to access Fast Forward. I think it's helpful to sort of take a step back as to where we were then. In February 2021, when a lot of these conversations were happening, there were record numbers of kids boarded in hospital emergency rooms across the state, and there were wait lists that were significant for kids getting into inpatient psychiatric care. There were groups that were convened at that time to determine what is going on and how can we ensure that these kids are, if we can, prevent them from showing up in the hospital emergency room in the first place. And one of the first things that was identified was the lack of access to Fast Forward as the intervention that would keep kids at home and help support families so they never reached the point of desperation where they were at a hospital emergency room because they were afraid that their child might hurt themselves or their family members. So back then is when it was through the budget.
I remember it was being done.
Made the decision that we couldn't allow for these kids to continue to decompensate at these levels, that the system was not able to keep up with boarding the volume of kids that we had. And this was the smart and morally responsible thing that the state needed to do in order to bring those numbers down. And I will say those efforts have been successful. If you talk to the Department of Health and Human Services, they're going to come up next. We went from 51 kids in hospital emergency rooms then. Since the expansion of Fast Forward to cover some of these kids, we now have a daily average of about 2. And that is largely credited to Fast Forward, being able to keep kids and families together in their homes and in their communities. So those are really important pieces of like historical information to take when we're thinking about if we were to undo this, what would the ripple effects and ramifications of that be? And we would see some of these things happen. DHHS is probably also going to talk about we've closed Sununu Youth Services Center. One of the reasons why we were able to do that is because, again, we had these community-based supports available for kids, and many of the children who were in Sununu were kids who had significant mental and behavioral health crises that were otherwise unmet in their community. We were able to close Sununu because we have these services. So if we were to roll that back, we would see all of these other ripple effects throughout the system that the state of New Hampshire is not prepared to deal with by any stretch of the imagination.
Right, but it wasn't to me so much of rolling it back. It is that we want the insurance companies where these kids are housed to take the responsibility for the kids, not this kind of generalized pool and billing system, which if you know, I'm looking at $2.5 million a year, and you're saying there's only 2 kids a month, that I don't.
That are in a hospital emergency room. It's because
Okay.
so many are now
So
accessing it
how
through
many kids
Fast
do you think
Forward.
are in the program? How many kids are?
So the Department of Health and Human Services could speak to it more accurately, but it's between 450 to 530 who participate in Fast Forward.
Who have
annually.
private insurance?
The proportion of those who have private insurance, when they knock on the door for Fast Forward before they are shifted into Medicaid or tapping into this separate pot, is about 20%. So it's around 90 to 105 kids.
We'll call it 100.
Sure.
Okay. So the issue we have is this assessment system that you're talking about.
Yep.
I am intimately aware with it since it was created under my guidance with Roger Savini, and it was done to help fund the individual insurance market. It was then later on used for vaccines.
Yep.
Okay. And so I'm very familiar with it. But it is an awkward assessment system because we are going after the stopgap of ERISA plans, which are the lion's share. And that's the only way we can get them to participate. So I understand that portion, but it's a very awkward idea that we're basically going to tell everybody that you need to pay for this program. I guess under the guise that this is the best thing, you know, New Hampshire is doing something for all kids, regardless of how they get their insurance. And I'll leave it at there. Did you have a question?
So you mentioned a study. I'm sorry, what was your name again? Emma. You mentioned a study about I think Medicare or Medicaid rather when kids started doing this, they saw like I think you said 24% reduction in 28% reduction in 24 cents per month is where that came from. 28% reduction in cost dealing with these sorts of episodes or conditions, whatever we should call it. I'm curious. I'm curious if you have that study, you could share it with the committee because that would be good for us to dig into.
Yep.
And then, is it reasonable to think that that would translate to private insurance? Like, are the patients similar? Are they? I don't know enough about this. So genuinely, I don't know if that's because I know that the population in one program is different from the other, and maybe that's not an apples to apples comparison, I guess is my question.
I think we know that mental illness impacts children regardless of background, regardless of financial status. So in theory, yes, it would impact children regardless of insurance carrier as well. So the Medicaid population and the privately insured population of children, mental illness impacts them both at the same rate. 1 in 5 children have a diagnosable mental illness. So in theory, to your point, yes, I think the cost savings are comparable.
Might be
across,
illustrative.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Representative Ammons next.
Thank you.
Sorry. If I could just chime in first. One other important point is that, yes, it is true, 1 in 5 children, regardless of their insurance type, but children are overwhelmingly covered by private insurance in the state of New Hampshire. We also know from some of the YRBS information that while we have 1 in 5 who have a diagnosable mental illness in New Hampshire, there's a substantial number of that population of kids who have actually made a plan for how they would hurt themselves. So when we talk about Fast Forward and we think about the population that it serves privately insured, it would serve privately insured kids and Medicaid kids equally, but these are kids who are most at risk. And that is not a small proportion of our kids. It's actually a surprisingly large number of kids who are in high school age, so 12 to 18-year-olds. So we can provide that information and it's cited in our testimony as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I have 2 questions, if I may. One of them's probably simple. It's I'm looking at this state vaccine purchase fund on page 5, line 22.
It was a drafting error.
Could you explain what does the state vaccine purchase fund have to do with the bill?
That's the system of assessment that we created.
She
way
doesn't.
back when.
I'm
Yeah.
asking her.
It was a drafting error.
Okay. Was it copied from that? Is that where the idea came
Lifted from, yes.
Some of the language around the structure for the assessment, because again, New Hampshire has several different types of assessments. The vaccine fund and how the Vaccine Association has stood up, there is parallels with that particular fund and how this would be set up in terms of it providing the public good. I don't know if there's anything you want to add there.
I have a follow-up question, if that's right.
Good question.
Page 4, I'm looking at line 14. Explain, so this is a private association that we're standing up here. Is that right? Nonprofit, it's a nonprofit. So I'm looking at line 14 on page 4. So it says, at the written request of the association following a majority vote of the board of directors, any funds forwarded to the state treasurer for the Childhood Behavioral Health Services Fund remaining unexpended for childhood behavioral health services shall promptly be returned to the association. So a private nonprofit board takes a vote, and that requires the state treasurer to return, to send them public money that was already given to the state treasury. That seems kind of odd. How does that work?
So my understanding of how this functions is when the receiving entity of the funds were to disperse it for payment, if those funds were not fully drawn down, they would be put back into the fund for then redisbursement. So it would be the unspent dollars within certain contracts that would go back to the fund to be perpetually sort of put back out. If there were large balances in the fund, then the association, as it meets with its members, would then adjust on an annual basis and take less money in through the assessment. They would spend
Okay.
the funds they have first.
I guess it's a mechanical question. Does the board's vote require the state treasurer to do something, and does the state treasurer have discretion to do or not do it? See what I
I
mean?
don't know if you have a.
So I see what you're saying. This is the similar mechanism that's already been used in the Vaccine Association. So this is a method that's been used and New Hampshire has approved before. And then if you look at page 5, lines 8 and 9, that's where those unexpended assessments get reutilized year to year. So it is public funds being utilized by public entities.
I think I was clear, but I don't know
Yeah.
if the answer is.
The answer is yes, that she has to pay them. It's a private board, it's a nonprofit entity, and if you look at the board members, it's everybody who should be responsible and not spend it. I would be more worried about not so much, I mean, I guess I'd be worried about the assessments being too low and they have to go for a reassessment. And like, what's the governor on really keeping this thing? Yeah, that's the problem there. So, okay.
Thank you. You mentioned Fast Forward several times and that success. Can you explain a little bit about that program and what services are covered? Thank you.
Sure. The care management entities are here and they will do a phenomenal job to explain more in depth. But just a quick summary is that the Fast Forward program is a wraparound service. So it wraps around the family and offers them supports through whatever they need. And it cuts across multiple systems. So if they're in the child protection system, if they're in the juvenile justice system, it partners medical professionals with maybe an educator or another natural support of somebody in their community to help that family, help that child with whatever they need. A good example that Michelle often brings up is if a child needs a little extra support at school, then perhaps they are given, some type of a device to help them with their anxiety or something. It also is it touches on both those functional supports, but also therapeutic supports. So there is that grounding that we heard from the last hearing, that grounding by a medical professional or a medical licensed provider for the care of the child.
Representative Teresa.
So, thank you. 2 quick questions. One is the number that you provided, $2.90 per year. have you arrived at this number by consulting Department of Insurance and insurance companies? And the second question is that if this bill has to pass, how much saving the state is going to have per year? Do you have any idea?
Thank you very much for the question. So it's fairly simple math. If you look at the fiscal note, it's $2.5 million. That divided by the number of covered lives who would be impacted by the assessment is how you get to the $2.90 or the 20 cents a month. In terms of the amount of money that the state of New Hampshire would save right now, we do have $2 million a year going into funding this with general funds. It would remove that general fund investment there and instead have it entirely funded through the assessment. So it would free up about $2 million per year of general funds.
So Department of Insurance has not been contacted to arrive this number $2.90. It's just your own calculation, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Spear.
Thank you. The question I have is, based on the way this is structured, now, this committee nitpicks the insurance companies to death. We know everything they're doing, and we know how much they're spending, and we have rules about what any of that is. With this, it looks like we have no idea what's happening. These kids are going into this thing, and we have no idea who the kids are. We have no idea how many kids. We have no idea about anything. So it seems, I mean, how do we find that information? Because we have a responsibility that the insurance companies are spending their money the way our regulations say that they should. And this seems to be not doing that.
Thank you very much for the question, Representative Spear. So the Department of Health and Human Services is here. They do all eligibility for the Fast Forward program. So there are very specific criteria that they use to determine whether or not a family is eligible in the first place. The care management entities, again, who are also here, would be able to speak to the specific plans that they put forward to DHHS. But I think if we got them up here, they'd be able to answer that question pretty directly.
Okay. Thank you very much. Chair will call on Commissioner Betancourt and Michelle Heaton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. DJ Betancourt, Commissioner of the New Hampshire Insurance Department, joined by Michelle Heaton, the Director of Life and Health for the department. So I want to speak first by, start first by expressing my strong support and strong and clear support for the underlying objectives of what this legislation is seeking to achieve. Expanding access to effective community-based behavioral health services for children and families is both sound policy and a practical necessity. Early intervention and coordinated care models improve outcomes. We know that. They reduce strain on the broader system and provide meaningful stability for families facing complex challenges. These are important goals, and they deserve careful legislative attention. The Insurance Department has long recognized that mental health is essential health. My remarks from an op-ed from last year were referenced earlier, and I went so far as to say that mental health is a moral imperative. And I remain fully committed to that, and the department remains fully committed to working collaboratively with our colleagues at the Department of Health and Human Services, with the legislature, and with stakeholders, which of course include providers. And we're committed to that collaborative work to advance solutions that are not only effective, but are also sustainable and legally durable over time. I have no reason to believe that the Fast Forward program is not effective. I have no reason to believe that the financial challenges facing the Department of Health and Human Services as it pertains to this program are not real. In fact, it is one of the reasons why we have been so engaged on this topic, not just because of the important mental health implications, but also because we as a sister agency have a responsibility to work with our colleagues when there are insurance-related issues that are impacting their budget. But I want to obviously address, I think, what is going to be one of the core challenges that this committee is going to grapple with, which is, of course, the funding mechanism. Now, you all know how I feel about assessments. They are not my preferred option. I'm not a fan of assessments. As a general matter, again, before this committee, I have consistently expressed caution with regard to assessments because ultimately the costs flow through the market and can have downstream implications for premium and cost transparency. And I know that there had been a question earlier about the per member per month calculation. I'm fairly confident where that came from was the number cited in a previous fiscal note that we had prepared for this bill, which the advocates rightly divided out, and that's how they came up with the number that they did. But one of the things that I will say is if you choose to move forward with an assessment, you'll want to ensure that there is a cap on that assessment, because it is my understanding that the total cost implication here is somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 million to $2.5 million. I think you want to be very clear and expressly state that that's the cap so that your per member per month calculation remains static, remains fixed. So because of the objectives that the bill seeks to achieve, the assessment feature for me in and of itself is not a reason to oppose the legislation. I want to be clear because I have a funny feeling I'll be asked. We have been involved in a number of the conversations and deliberations that you've heard referenced in the testimony up to this point. And we have, as a department, tried to put some thoughts and ideas forward on an alternative approach to get away from the funding mechanism being an assessment. I want to be candid with you that up to this point, those alternative approaches have not been met with great favor by a broad array of the stakeholders. And I'm not sure at this point that would be able to work through all of the issues, at least in some of the conceptual frameworks for alternatives that we've presented so far, to be able to get to the kind of consensus that I think this committee typically likes to see. We will certainly undertake that work if asked, but I do want to be candid with you that that would be a lot of difficult work in a pretty condensed period of time, given where we stand here in the legislative calendar. So that all being said, I'm going to skip the rest of my testimony here to simply say that we'll continue to be a resource. We remain 100% committed to mental health and advancing mental health services in the state. Despite my deep, deep reservations around assessments, I'm not in opposition to this bill. And we'll see what the committee wants us to do, what direction it'd like to go. So I'll end there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Representative Herbert has a question.
My question is the amount of money per child in this program. I'm getting the feeling that there's a Medicaid payment amount and there's some other amount that is different. And I'm trying to figure out, is it equalized?
Are we talking about the reimbursement rates?
Yes.
Well, the reimbursement rates can be different. Your Medicaid reimbursement rates are fixed. Portion of it comes set by the federal government.
Basically, to take it in broad numbers, the $2.5 million that they're looking for the assessment, then it's going to replace the $2 million the state puts in it. But that money is then leveraged by federal money because Medicaid, as you know, pays federal 50%, right?
I think this is a separate program than traditional Medicaid. I'm
Oh,
not sure
I
if
thought I saw.
HHS would have to.
I thought I saw that in the fiscal note, or is that an old fiscal note?
HHS would probably be in a better position to talk about
Okay,
the funding
well,
mechanism.
we'll pose
but
that question.
My understanding is I don't believe there is commercial insurance money
Has to
going
own
into this
right,
program at all.
right. Yeah, maybe I'm looking at the vaccine. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So let's have Department of Health and Human Services. Marissa Henn, Jenny Higgins, Daryl Tenney.
Me again. I have some handouts.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Hunt and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Jenny O'Higgins. I'm the Legislative Liaison for Behavioral Health at DHHS, and I'm joined by...
Good afternoon, Daryl Tenney, Bureau Chief for the Bureau for Children's Behavioral Health.
And Marissa Henn, Deputy Commissioner, DHHS.
So we are here today to support Senate Bill 498. As you've already heard, a lot about the bill is focused on the Fast Forward program and then how the program is paid for. And Fast Forward is New Hampshire's high-fidelity wraparound program for children and youth who have the most complex behavioral health needs. So these are young people who have not been successful with traditional outpatient services and who are at significant risk of hospitalization or residential treatment or family separation. So we can tell you a little bit more about how the program functions.
Great, thank you. Again, Daryl Tenney, Bureau Chief for the Bureau for Children's Behavioral Health. I sit here as a DHHS employee, but I do want to recognize I was one of the first Fast Forward coordinators many years ago. So I have a tremendous experience in just the model in general, and so that experience really has followed me to today. As you heard from a lot of the testimony so far, Fast Forward was intentionally designed to be a bundled intervention, which really includes some core evidence-based practice of high-fidelity wraparound. We'll talk a little bit about that. But it also includes family youth peer support to really help ensure that families are more engaged in their treatment or their ability to more engage in treatment. Also includes some access to respite care, other intensive in-home services to help keep a child with their family intact in their community. That's really the ultimate goal. You've heard a little bit about the cost savings. We continue to see that in New Hampshire. The core of the model, high fidelity wraparound, is an evidence-based practice. It's one that's empirically supported nationally as a program, as an intervention. And it has, over 2 decades worth of data and research to really show its effectiveness. And we've absolutely seen that here in New Hampshire for many years. Areas where it's proven to really support costs, you've heard some, reduce the need for costly inpatient care, lower overall system costs, reduce the number of youth waiting in emergency departments. You've heard a little bit of data around that. Really enable families to be together in their community, which is one of our system of care values. Each component of the model is based on a clinical oversight. And so the care management entities will testify as well, but you'll hear a bit about their role in doing so. And some of the conversation around how is this a clinical model? The entire model is overseen by a clinician, by a licensed clinician. The plan of care is developed with the oversight of a licensed clinician, and I think that's really critical for this committee to understand. And so that the determination of that medical necessity is really overseen by that licensed professional. And the plan of care continues to be monitored and reviewed by that licensed role. You've heard so far, this program is a cornerstone of New Hampshire children's system of care. It represents a lot of cost savings, but we've really seen a reduction in youth at SYSC as a result. I don't want to discount as we're the primary reason. It's a tremendous partnership across the department to get that number decreased, but Fast Forward plays a significant role in being able to do that. We continue to see residential numbers also reduce. These are all very high cost interventions within the children's system of care framework. And we've talked about emergency departments reducing over time, which is a significant factor. I want to, in sort of my closing before I hand it off back to Jenny, I want to emphasize a couple different points that we've talked about. The program is a clinical program. While there may be some social services involved in it to help coordinate care, it's a model that's overseen by a licensed clinician, and that medical necessity is determined by that team. And the clinician is accountable for those deliverables and outcomes. Second is the bundle of the intervention. High fidelity wraparound, of course, is the core, as I've talked about, but it's those critical interventions and components that go within the program: family peer support, crisis interventions, intensive in-home supports. That coordination is critical to the success and the outcome of the overall program. And I really want to put an emphasis on that particular piece. So I appreciate that time, and I'll hand it over to Jenny.
Great. So as Daryl had mentioned, that the wraparound model itself is the piece that has the evidence base and has that research over multiple decades. And so when you unbundle the model or attempt to pay for isolated components of it, you're no longer reimbursing that clinical intervention. You're fragmenting that clinically directed treatment model into disconnected tasks, and that undermines the effectiveness and the fidelity of the approach. So this is a similar model to other accepted clinical interventions, such as assertive community treatment. And I want to talk to you a little bit more about the fiscal impact, and the reason that we gave out this beautiful, colorful graphic today is for you to be able to understand which thing we're talking about when we say, here's what we're paying for. So you have the fiscal note in front of you attached to the bill. And I just want to explain to you how DHHS determined that fiscal impact and how the program's being paid for today. So if you look at this graphic, you'll see the largest portion here is this green, and that is 80% of youth who engage in Fast Forward have Medicaid insurance. And then you see this dark blue, that 20% of youth who engage in Fast Forward have commercial insurance. This is data from 2022 to 2025. So we looked at this 4-year period and then gave approximates. The numbers do fluctuate over time and slightly fluctuate from year to year, but approximately 80% of youth have Medicaid insurance and approximately 20% have commercial. So of the 20% who have commercial insurance, you'll see here that what happens is that when we do eligibility at DHHS, we look at, okay, well, can these youth who have or currently have commercial insurance at the time of enrollment qualify for the home care for children with severe disabilities? And then if they do, then about 70% of those with commercial insurance go into that HCCSD. And that's a 50-50 split with federal and state funding that pays for that. And Medicaid is also that same 50-50 split.
What is HCCSD?
That is the home care for children with severe disabilities.
Oh, way down here, okay.
So yep, it's the yellow section, and then that is
70%.
of those who have commercial insurance. So it's 70% of the 20%, right? So this is why I knew we would need a visual, because it gets confusing when you just say the numbers out loud. Yes, and then of the total 100. And then that other red portion is the 30% of those who initially come in to enrollment with commercial insurance are paid for Fast Forward with state general funds. And the state general funds is the red section there, and the red section is the one gap, that's the piece that we put in the fiscal note. So I wanted to make sure that we had an understanding, we were on the same page about the fiscal note here. So the fiscal note is looking at, here's over this period of years, it was 1.1 to 1.9 million, changing going up a little bit each year, and that were state general funds. And then we factored in components of the bill that require a 10% reserve or things for the board that are required within the bill to get to that 2.5 million in terms of what the fiscal impact would be to the state. So, this is just making sure that we're all kind of on the same page, that the fiscal note is based on that red area. And then that also our CMEs this is contract dollars that go to the care management entities that pay, is this, 1.1 to 1.9 million. And the CMEs do run out of this funding, and they go over that, they exceed the contract price threshold, including for commercially insured youth. So they fundraise to cover these additional costs. And so we, are also looking to think about that there are, funding has not been able to keep pace with need. And that increasingly constrains those contracts, and they're having to make difficult decisions today about capacity and staffing and service intensity. And again, just that's deeply concerning, because when that capacity for this outpatient, wraparound service that keeps people in community, when that capacity tightens, the first thing we see is increased pressure on emergency departments and on residential placements. And when we think about the cost of this program and then the cost of emergency department boarding and residential treatment, those costs are wildly different, and that inpatient care is much higher expense. And we also know we see better outcomes when we can keep youth in families intact and in their communities together. So that is wanting to make sure that we,
Okay,
how to
can you
explain
give
that
me
fiscal
dollar
impact.
amounts for these categories? Percentages doesn't mean anything to me.
Yes, so
So-
we're looking only at the red gap.
Okay. So
And the red,
map
so the red is
2.5.
2.5. Yep, so it's,
And the
it's,
70 is,
so,
so I got to do my math to get my calculator out?
no, so just the fiscal note is only based on the red gap.
No, but I'm just looking at the overall. So the question, the visual in my mind is that basically we're having this program opened up to all kids under 18. Now, I bet you there's a bunch of kids who could use this program that don't get in, either because they don't know about it, or is there a cap on how many kids you could be taking at a given time?
No, so today, the Fast Forward program is open to all youth, and the eligibility is determined whether or not they're the right fit for the program. And if they're the right fit for the program, they go
They're
into the
all
program.
eligible.
They're all eligible.
All kids under 18 are all eligible. Now, you can only have so many caseworkers. So at some point in time, there's got to be a limit to how much this 2.5 million is going to get you.
Well, that's where we're saying there's a very real budget constraint today in terms of the CMEs are already exceeding those contract dollars in terms of need.
So there could be a waiting list.
Yes, yeah.
I remember all of waiting lists has been an issue for
Yeah,
for years.
yeah, when I hear wait lists, I'm like, ah.
Exactly.
I do want to address, Chair, you had made a comment around all children are eligible for this service. There is an eligibility criteria that children and families
That
do
they
have
really
to
need
meet.
it, right? Obviously.
So it's not every child.
Right.
We look for evidence of higher levels of care, multi-system involvement, whether they've been hospitalized multiple times, whether they've tried lower levels of care prior to being eligible for this more intensive service. So
Right.
it is taking sort of the global every child in New Hampshire and sort of narrowing that to the right
So
subset
children who
of
really,
of
really
support.
need this based upon certain parameters.
So why did it break down? What broke down?
Nothing broke down. They just decided when they created the program, they never thought to ask private insurance companies to pay for it. Now they are.
Well,
That's what this bill is all about, is that
sponsor
now
of
we
the
want
bill
us to pay
said-
our fair, I say our because I represent the private insurance company, right? They're asking us, the rest of us who to pay, okay, for that, in our premium, insurance of premium. So we should pay for these kids who originally were in here for, at the cost of the state. The state's got a deficit that they can't, $6 million deficit. They need the money. So they're basically coming to us and say, make up our deficit for us.
Is that it, the 6 million? They need 6 million?
No, they need 2.5. Only 2.5.
2.5.
Yeah, that's all.
So that's the distance.
It's
That's the breakdown.
okay.
So make a deal.
Okay.
I sound like Trump,
So,
I'm sorry.
Can I add
I'm
one
totally
piece?
not that
So
please.
something that's just worth noting, and I know New Futures mentioned this in their testimony, is the amount of cost savings that we are yielding through utilization of Fast Forward.
Right.
So we know that we have been able to reduce population of kids going to out-of-state residential programs, not entirely, but by about 25%.
Putting it
How?
nicely, in my notes I wrote institutionalized.
Institutional care. So
Okay.
institutional care can easily cost $1 million a year for one child.
Right.
So every child who we divert from needing that institutional care, whether it's at a psychiatric hospital, whether it's at a residential program close to or very far from home, is hundreds of thousands of dollars saved annually. So when you think about the return on investment for the state, certainly just for the families, in terms of just the emotional toll of having your kid in a far away institution. But when you think about kind of the benefits of this, of how many kids, it's not an accident, I guess is what I'm saying, that we've been able to drop those numbers. It's not an accident that the emergency department boarding lists have gone down. That improvement, not just in care, but in true cost savings, has been a result of this program. And so my fear is that, yes, it is, and we're asking for a system that has been funded fully publicly for insurers to help. I would argue that the benefits of this program have been seen by the insurers as well, who also are responsible for caring for kids when they go to an inpatient psychiatric hospital. So there's an element here of just sort of economic good sense about a program like this that's not just meeting needs, it's preventing much higher levels of care for kids that otherwise are going to need to go there.
So here's where I'm going with this. Notwithstanding respite, okay, and and I understand that I've now learned all about this activities as system of care and provider. You got to have you're going to have some doctors who's going to oversee it. You got to have someone who's responsible for that kid. There's going to be someone's going to be, and so all these fancy words like wraparound and functional support. So I'm learning all kinds of new cool things here. So the issue would be that we have decided that this is really good for our children under 18 in the state of New Hampshire, for really kids that are really a problem. The question is that, is it better for us to put them in this Medicaid managed program versus us just legislating that our health insurance companies have to do this? And the only reason I say that is the reason why we invented health insurance companies, why we invented managed care, is because they were really good at negotiating contracts and beating people down and making sure they get the lowest price. So that if somebody was institutionalized, they might be better at getting that contract than the state of New Hampshire's beating them down for the contract. So the question really then comes down to, when you say the $2.5 million, that we're saving them the $2.5 million, that the money they're collecting, they would have had to spend it anyways if they had to do everything that you guys do and had to pay for it.
Yeah, so I think when you ask about youth be eligible for Medicaid, this Medicaid program that you're seeing in sort of that yellow slice of pie on your
Right.
chart there is kids who could qualify for that Medicaid home care for children with severe disabilities. The slice we're talking about that is state general funds is kids who cannot.
Correct.
Do not
they're right
qualify
now.
for that.
They're under our they're under our statute.
Right.
They're
and-
under 420s. They're 420s, not under the Medicaid. I don't know what the RSA is.
And I think
Okay.
what we're saying is that everyone benefits from these avoided high cost interventions, including commercial insurers, right? So these out of district placements, hospitalizations, and inpatient care that are very expensive, that everyone is benefiting from reducing those, right? And we're getting kids
I
who
don't
want
see
to
any
get well.
volume discount, and when in terms of the fact, let's just put it like the family paid leave, and the brilliant part of what the governor did was to put the state employees into it. That gave it critical mass. It gave it something to go on with. The question is having insurance in it. Whenever this decision let's make it open to everybody, to anybody under 18 rather than just the Medicaid. Did that actually benefit the overall thing in terms of blowing down the cost to the state? Or is it really just all we're seeing right now is just the cost shifting and taking that same amount of $2.5 million you could, in other words, we could easily say, well, we could say that $2.5 million, just repeal, don't have everybody on these other kids in the program.
No, so I do actually have evidence that this has significantly reduced costs, because when we started looking at this, and ED boarding for youth was at an all-time high in 2020, and we've seen significant reduction there, and we've seen 25% reduction in residential placements for youth in that same 5-year time period. And that is when we see those reductions, we know that other higher level cost care costs more. And this is serving all kids, including today serving commercially insured kids.
And I'll just make one comment. I previously oversaw DCYF. I no longer do, but when you don't treat kids with fast forward, where they end up is as DCYF cases: abuse, neglect, juvenile justice. And so one of the ways in which what we are preventing is kind of that deeper system involvement, which very much is the public's responsibility. And we've seen the effects of that, whether you want to look at how did we get the population at the Sununu Youth Services Center from 75 to 12, wraparound. How have we been able to
closed
reduce?
it.
It's set to be closed and moved to a new facility. But from 75 to 12 was by actually managing their underlying trauma, mental health needs. How have we been able to have 100 fewer kids going to these residential treatment programs? It's through Fast Forward. So I think the problem is if these kids don't get this service, they end up deeper in our system, which is why that policy decision was made to universalize it. Not because we're opposed to having private insurance participate, but because at the time, private insurance didn't cover anything close to the robustness of this benefit.
And
Chairman?
when it started, when you had asked earlier about like why did it start as Medicaid only and then
Right.
expand? So it started as a DCYF program. And when we started looking at these really high numbers of ED boarding for youth, and when we started looking at the children's system of care and how do we focus on what do we need to do to change the trajectory for youth? You know, you heard some other testimony earlier about these really high numbers of youth who are, you know, have complex needs, and suicide's the leading cause of death for youth in New Hampshire that are ages 10 to 15, and the second leading cause of death for 15 to 24. That's a huge concern. And so we had to look at what are we going to do about these, you know, public health statistics, and how are we going to drive this down and take really good care of kids? And that's when there was a shift to this program not being for a DCYF only program, but being opened up and being put in the Children's Bureau.
We were told by this committee that they just get rid of Facebook and TikTok and that'll stop the suicides.
Only it were so simple.
Chairman,
So-
I have a question on the numbers. I'm a little confused. The numbers, 2.5 million. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So I was told that the Fast Forward program cost per person is about 50 to 60,000 per year, correct?
Yes.
Roughly.
Roughly.
And you did mention, either you or somebody before that there are around 200 kids enrolled annually on this.
Over 500. So, but what you're looking at is the 90-ish that are covered, that have commercial insurance and don't qualify for HCCSD and then end up being covered by general funds. So the
So
red.
how many kids are there? 200 or 500?
So there's over 500 kids in the whole program. That's the full pie that you're looking at in the visual. And the part that we're talking about for cost is only the red
200,
part of the
right?
pie. So that's 90.
That's 90.
Yes. Ish. I mean, all of these you're looking at rounded numbers over a 5-year period of data.
So if I take just per
4-year period of
easy
data.
calculation 100, if 100 kids,
Mhm.
that itself with 60,000 per kid, 100 kids is about 6 million. So where do you get 2.5 million? I'm a little confused on the number.
So it's looking at the cost that this has been so far over this period of time. So the contracting costs were 1.1 million to 1.9 million between 2022 and 2024. And then those costs have exceeded the contract. But so DHHS is showing you sort of, this is the contract amount, this is the estimate of need over the contract amount. That's the piece that we put in the fiscal note. And the cost that we're giving around what does this program cost, it's individualized, because if you get more services, it costs more. So it can be $40,000 to $60,000, right? So we're giving you, the estimate is based on what we've paid in previous years.
So, put
So is
another
it
way,
fair
that-
to assume that it's about 5 to 6 million then? Approximately, if you keep the cost between 50 to 60,000
Yeah,
and 100 kids approximately at this point, not previously.
That's right. And I
There's about
think
6
it's,
million?
and again, where that difference is being made up is the nonprofits who deliver this program are eating the cost, the difference essentially between what that state general fund investment is and what it actually costs to deliver those services.
So should we base the discussion based on 6
On
million?
actual cost, I mean,
rather than
arguably.
2.5 million?
We wanted to be conservative because, again, I think some of that is and you'll hear, I think today from the care management entities, they've had to scale back their service offerings to try and do what they can with the resources they have. So it's I think we wanted to give a conservative estimate of cost, but you raise a good point, which is that it can be even more costly than is reflected
I'm
here.
just trying to get a more realistic number
Mhm.
to consider. So
Sure.
is 5 to 6 million more realistic?
I don't know that
Rather
we
than 2.5 million that you're putting in the fiscal note? Just trying to understand.
Yeah, I mean, the fiscal note is based on our current contracting dollars. So I think the CMEs would be able to tell you when they exceed the price threshold of their contract with the state, what that amount is. And that might give you the delta between what I gave you and our fiscal note. But the fiscal note is based on the current contract dollars, because that's what we know that the state is spending today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have to turn it on, yeah.
Good?
Red is good.
Okay. I'll try to focus in on some of the things that I think have not been covered. But then my counterpart, Luke Renard, will talk about more of some of the other specifics. My name is Dennis Calcutt. I'm the Director for Connected Families New Hampshire, also part of Cheshire County. I've worked with children since my graduation from St. Vincent College since 1986. My professor there was Abbott Douglas Nowicki, and he was a good friend of Fred Rogers, and he introduced me to Fred Rogers. And I would like to rely on a quote of Fred Rogers as we think about this work. When we can make it clear that feelings are manageable and mentionable, we'll all have done a great service for mental health. And I think that's some of what we're trying to get at here. I know we're stuck in the dollars. I know we want to make sure that we get this stuff figured out. But if we can really focus on that and what we're trying to do and what the benefits are, I think it's a great step. Wraparound is a nationally recognized evidence-based care coordination approach. So care coordination is a key component here. And what is an evidence-based approach? It's one that's grounded in scientific research, clinical expertise, and family values. The New Hampshire wraparound practice is designed off of these national models and contractually requires New Hampshire licensed clinical oversight. For families experiencing a behavioral health crisis, wraparound is not just helpful, it's life-changing. It works with the whole family, so you're not just working with one youth. That's the design of the New Hampshire model, thereby keeping the youth out of higher cost long-term care. This type of care coordination is critical and important. I hope we're agreeing on that. The best comparison I can make is a child with a serious mental health issue and a child with cancer. The outcomes will be the same if we don't provide that care. I think we've touched on where we're at with respect to our relationship with the Bureau for Children's Behavioral Health and the number of kids provided. Right now, as a provider of wraparound services, we only make it through a portion of the year with the funding. I think that's been touched on. We will get probably about, maybe close to half a year before those dollars that support the privately insured and uncompensated care. 498 provides greater support to this vulnerable population, ensures that we can support all children who may need these services. I don't think that's a debate either, but I think we're all struggling with the other aspects of this. I think New Hampshire is a place that's small enough and a place where we care about children and families and can solve problems together. I think we've struggled to do this on this particular issue. I'm sure everyone in the room cares about children, and I hope we can get to a better place in solving this problem. I'm grateful for your interest. I'm grateful for Representative Hunt, your diligence in terms of driving home, like how do we solve this? But it's critically important to children. And when we can address the needs of children and solve the needs of children, or at least put them in a better place as they head into adulthood, we're going to reduce costs. But I have more that's in here. I'll pass it around, but I'm happy to answer.
Just make sure we get in for the permanent record.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'm losing.
I think so. I hope they didn't know I was coming up, and that's why they got the hell out.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Chair call on Ken Norton. Okay. Okay, let's change it up a little bit. Randy Hayes. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt, and the stalwarts who have stayed, and I appreciate your attention. I'm a retired family doctor and practiced medicine in Concord for 35 years. My interest in mental health stems from a strong history of mental illness conditions in my own family. I have been a board member and board chair with the local community mental health agency and volunteer with NAMI New Hampshire. I speak in favor of SB 948. I believe this bill presents a unique opportunity to improve mental health care for the commercially insured in New Hampshire. The bill proposes to address a fixable problem. Market forces and corporate decisions have left many children and adolescents struggling with serious mental illness without adequate care for themselves and their families. SB 498 would create a system where all commercial carriers contribute that would support essential wraparound services. Not only would the supplemental services stabilize the clinical and social situation for the covered child, but would also reduce the likelihood of the child needing hospitalizations that are typically very disruptive and very costly for many children and families. As I am sure others have already stated, SB 948 would replace the current funding from the state's general fund, another significant savings. Let me speak as a primary doctor for a minute, which is a point of view that hasn't as yet been represented other than referred to a bit. Improving mental health parity is another major benefit of passing SB 498. Consider a 75-year-old man, I qualify, who suffers an acute stroke from which he is partially recovered but still needs help with speech, swallowing, and right-sided weakness. He wants to recover at home. No one would question for a moment his right to have a long period of physical therapy, for walking, occupational therapy, for improving his ability to feed himself and wash himself, speech therapy, and for his swallowing recovery, and perhaps psychotherapy for the emotional burdens of a disabling illness. I submit there is the same entitlement for a 10-year-old and her family as she copes with childhood schizophrenia. Lastly, and this is important, and I don't mean offense, but in our current political environment, it takes courage to stand up to corporate forces on behalf of one's constituents' vital needs. I wish you all compassion and courage in considering this bill. Thank you for your attention. I don't think I should answer any questions because there are a lot of other people who are
Yeah.
interested in being heard.
But we want to thank you for coming.
I appreciate your time.
The chair will call on Dr. Luke Raynard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name's Luke Renard. I'm the CEO of NFI North. We are the other care management entity complementing Dennis's services. So I'm going to change this up because I don't want to be redundant. I think we've covered the importance of Fast Forward as a program. Really, the intent is to keep kids out of higher levels of care, reducing institutionalization, hospitalization, and we are very, very successful. In terms of volume, we serve a statewide program. So over the course of a year, we may serve 600 families, depending on how they wrap from year to year. Because of the increased volume, we're projected to lose about $1 million on this program this year. The reason that we're sticking with this, one, is we have a very supportive board, of which I'm eternally grateful, but also we know how important this is. In 2021, just for reference, we had about 20% of all referrals that were privately insured. We were able to cover the costs with the general funds. We made it work. The volumes increased, not only with the program overall, but with the privately insured referrals. Our last 14 months were 31% had private insurance, leaving 69% with Medicaid. That increase in cost and volume, which is about 104 people for us, has to be absorbed by our organization. I think the reality is this is a finite, unsustainable structure if we don't have some sort of solution. I think the benefit of this bill is that it is proportional. We're not asking any carrier to pay for lives that aren't covered by their current services. We don't want any. My understanding of the bill is that no one's going to pay more than their fair share of the members who are receiving their service. And I think that goes to the fairness of the legislation. It's aligning the financial responsibility. We heard earlier from Senator Birdsall that their talks broke down. The talks included NFI North. I don't know if I'd say they exactly broke down, but it is a complicated interaction. between a Medicaid service and private coverage. We've discussed codes many times. We're trying to get things in alignment, but it's a long process. To be quite frank, I think the legislation's important because I don't know if we'll get there without some sort of impetus to push us over the line.
Well, I guess I didn't know what NFI was. What does NFI stand for anyways? What is it?
North American Family Institute.
Family Institute.
Yes.
Okay, so you're the infamous who they're all trying to contract with. Or try
Infamous?
to. Yeah.
I'll take that as a compliment. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. That the reason this here is because you guys could never come to an agreement with, I believe it was Anthem was the negotiating,
That's correct.
correct, party. Yeah, North American,
Family Institute, and then
Family.
North.
okay. So you're the ones who provide the case manager for the families.
Correct.
Okay. So, if, given, coincidentally, the bill we just heard earlier, I don't know if you were around for that.
Yes, I was.
Okay, so now
It's very relevant.
I've had a aha moment. So if we were to mandate that insurance companies had to do these, to do what you're doing for the state,
Mhm.
and on the theory that if it's good enough, if we want Medicaid kids to have this benefit, we would want all kids to have this benefit. So, is that something that you guys can handle? Would you be able to take on the insurance market, or would this bring would somebody else have to come into the state to do it, or would the contract negotiations be intractable?
I think it's very achievable. Right now, we're serving 400 families at any given point. We have the capacity. Transparently, because of the limitation on funds and the growing non-covered population, we have, I won't say scaled back our services, but we've made strategic cuts so we don't have to turn any kids away. We have our leadership team carrying cases themselves. We have no frills on a lot of things. I cut out raises for this year, so you can tell how popular I am right now. But we've done things so we can continue the same high level of service. And we are contractually obligated to do this. We don't have a wait list. We make sure we engage with every family as soon as they're referred to us from the department. It's like anything else. There's a process from referral to eligibility, then to the funding, and then the process for benefits, and while we get involved. But if this were to pass, yes, we absolutely can scale up, knowing that the investment is coming.
So, given that you're North American, do you have other offices in the country?
We are, so NFI North is, we're incorporated here in New Hampshire. We serve New Hampshire and Maine. We have sister organizations loosely coupled in just the other parts of New England. So Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island,
Do
Vermont.
other states have a similar program?
Vermont has a similar program, although minuscule in comparison.
And who administrates their program?
I think it's fully state funded.
Fully state funded, but run.
And run by
They
NFI
don't-
Vermont, yes.
By the state of Vermont, state employees do.
No, our sister corporation runs it in Vermont.
Oh, you
I
do
just
have a
don't know all
sister-
the details yet.
Okay. Do the Vermont assess other insurance companies?
Vermont does bill commercial insurance, but I don't know the details to tell you right now.
Okay.
But they're not being paid a bundled rate for wraparound service the way we do it in New Hampshire.
Oh, there's the bundle. That was the key element.
The bundle is the important part of the service because it allows us the flexibility to
Provide,
provide
the whole.
Sure.
They say bundling is good.
Bundling's good, right? It's like the
That's how we
commercial,
know.
but it's, from a Friday to Monday, a family situation can change. And that's why we have the flexibility to, if we need to be there 5 days a week, if we need to authorize additional clinical service, if we need to jump back in there, we have the ability to do so without, discrete codes and prior auths and processes to do that. And I think that's why it's so successful.
Great. I really appreciate you coming in and testifying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any other? Okay, thanks a lot. All right, Sam Hawkins from NAMI. Okay. Sure.
Okay, so we had this really nice chart with percentages.
Yes.
But I'd like to know the dollar it
Yeah, you're
sounds
like me. I wanted to get to
It
fill it
sounds
in.
like we need more than 2.5 million, right?
Well, I guess it started this way. We're the red. You
This
see that
red.
percentage and that 2.5 million.
I
Then
think we need
take
more.
your calculator out and you can figure in what everything else.
But from everything that we've heard, it sounds like it's going to be a lot more than two
I-
and a half
I-
million.
That's where I started from too, but I wasn't
So,
going to worry. I wasn't going to worry about that today. I was going to worry
Oh,
about
okay,
it in
all
the
right.
subcommittee. But yeah,
Okay.
but take your calculator and calculate the numbers. I
Okay,
think that might
thank
be
you.
helpful. Thank you. All right.
Thank you again for.
Good afternoon
Good
again.
afternoon for the opportunity to testify. Again, for the record, my name's Sam Hawkins. I'm here today representing NAMI New Hampshire in support of Senate Bill 498. You have heard many times now that we know Fast Forward works. In the several years we've been working on this issue, I would say that has never been disputed by anyone at the table on these discussions. And I bring that up because it feels like the point we always reach is this conversation or issue of what was Medicaid designed to do and what is commercial insurance designed to do. And frankly, I feel like this argument somewhat misses the point. It is not true to the reality of families here in the Granite State, or really anyone in this country who pays for health insurance. The painfully simple truth is we pay for health insurance because if something happens to us or our family members, we want help. And then if we think about someone who has a child in a severe behavioral health crisis, and they see that help is right there through the Fast Forward program, and the message they get back from their insurance plan is that that's not what the plan is designed to do, and there's nothing equivalent under their plan to get help for their child, what is that family then supposed to do? There's nothing else. And I would like to share a short quote from a letter that I'll be passing in from an advocate, a mother from Enfield, who did face this very challenge, is commercially insured and was trying to get help for her son through the Fast Forward program. I'm proud to say that now, 4 years after receiving Fast Forward services, my son is doing very well. He has a 3.6 cumulative GPA with only a few credits remaining towards his high school diploma. Fast Forward helped make that possible. But it should not have taken years of struggle before things started to get better for my family. Years of struggle that no child and no family should have to face. So I thank you for all your time and attention on this issue this afternoon, and we strongly urge the committee to please support Senate Bill 498. Happy to take any questions.
I think we're questioned out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Linden. Appreciate it.
Reduce my one page to a couple sentences. But first, I'm a psychologist practicing here in town. Practiced for 4 decades. I see a lot of kids and families. I want to make a couple overall points and I want to tell one story. The overall point, which has been stated, is it is much cheaper to coordinate care early than pay for a crisis later. The evidence about wraparound is that it helps children remain at home and in their communities. It has increased high school completion, employment, and post-secondary education rates. It coordinates across systems, schools, mental health, juvenile justice. It reduces reliance on high-cost services like hospitalization and residential care. In other words, it reduces the need for the most expensive parts.
You're the next one.
And now the story. So for the last 4 years up until October, I was also project director of a federal grant from the Department of Justice, which was designed to help children of incarcerated parents.
Can you put the micro on? Red?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't notice.
Thank you.
Push the
Just
button.
push the button.
Now you got it.
Oh, thank you. So the story. I was project director for a federal grant from the Department of Justice. So the intention of the grant over the 4 years was to help children of incarcerated parents, so that oftentimes, but not always, young father in prison or in jail, and kids with a reduced income and very stressed out mom or dad, usually mom. And so I'm telling you this a dramatic and true story. When I was answering the phone, trying to coordinate, I wasn't providing direct services, but I was trying to coordinate services across the state for families who had a parent in prison. And so I received a phone call from this teary young woman who said that she was in a hotel with her newborn baby and she was scared. She wasn't sure the baby was feeding properly. She'd gotten our number somehow online magic. And she sounded very scared and kind of prickly. And when I asked a couple of questions, she hung up and then several hours later called again. So I'm meanwhile calling all around the state trying to figure out who can find this girl in a hotel, which turned out to be in the Keene area. And part of the story was that she had given birth. The father of the baby was in jail locally. And she'd found out somewhere in the midst of the delivery that her apartment had caught fire and she couldn't return home. I can't make this stuff up. So the medical team had pitched in to provide her with 2 or 3 nights in a hotel. And when I asked her if she had family available, she started to cry on the phone and said, my parents are angry with me because I had this child young, basically. Frantic efforts for hours, really. I then had which hotel she was in, and I had a phone number that she occasionally answered. And I ended up calling, I think she has now retired, someone I did not know, the director, Penny Vane, of HCS Family Resource Center that has in-home care staff available. So this is when the wraparound helps the tinier people. So this was a few-day-old baby, and I said to her, I'm desperate. Is there someone on your staff who would go to this hotel? This young woman is terrified. She needs to mend fences with her family, and she's not sure the baby is taking in milk. And so she did. She called the girl. She said, I'm coming with formula and diapers. It's free. You have access ultimately, I'm fast forwarding the story, but to coming to our center where there are other young moms. You can be in a support group. And they eventually were able to do family therapy services and reunite the terrified mom with her understandably angry family, but she needed them. So that's the story. I guess I want to say it's an example of when you try to evaluate the costs, we don't know what would have happened if someone hadn't come. So thank you. Any questions?
Thank you for sharing that story. And my wife used to work for the HCS, so she's a visiting nurse, yeah. Okay, Sam Norrell.
Good evening to the Honorable Chair and members of the House Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee. My name is Samantha Morell. I grew up in the Fitzwilliam with my 3 younger brothers. I'm here in support of SB 498. Next month marks 10 years since my family's world was shattered, the day my little brother John died by suicide. He had just turned 15. He was a freshman at Monadnock Regional High School. John was first evaluated by a therapist in Keene for his ADHD. Around the same time, John began talking of self-harm and acting out at school and at home. So he was brought to our family's primary care doctor. Once talk of self-harm was mentioned, our doctor recommended that he immediately be entered into an inpatient program. John was admitted to Brattleboro Retreat that night, shown a padded room where he would be put if he misbehaved, and separated from his family. John spent a short time in the inpatient program before he was released and started seeing a series of therapists, first through Monadnock Family Services, and then to a new one in Peterborough. When John missed an appointment, the therapist did not answer any phone calls or attempts made by our parents to reschedule. Instead, the therapist notified my parents that John was not a danger to himself or others, and he would be dropped as a patient. Not long after his last therapist released him from his care, we lost John. It was the day after his 15th birthday. John thought he was a burden because of his mental health. The way private insurers have barred young people and their families from getting the proper help they need further intensifies the stigma that they are indeed a burden. My family was left feeling completely helpless and alone in this situation from beginning to end, left to navigate his complicated mental health care system only with a primary care doctor's advice. All of us left grieving and wondering what more we could have done for him when it was the insurance company that needed to be doing a whole lot more for us. My family had private health insurance through my mom's employer. What we didn't have was access to the coordinated, wraparound care that might have helped us navigate what we were facing. Senate Bill 498 would change that for families like mine, requiring private insurers to pay for enhanced care coordination for children and teens with significant behavioral health needs. The same services that Medicaid already covers. The gap isn't about need, it's about what kind of insurance you happen to have. And for some families, that gap is the difference between getting help and losing someone. I strongly believe if my family could have utilized these resources through our insurance, John would have had a fighting chance. It's been almost a decade, and our community continues losing young people in the same tragic way. An 18-year-old from Fitzwilliam last November, a 13-year-old in Alstead just this past March. Monadnock region is not just grieving, it's grieving over and over again. John would have been 25 this year. I don't know what his life would have looked like, whether he'd still make jokes that only he would understand, whether he'd have a baby like both of his brothers, whether that laugh of his would have deepened with age. What I do know is that he deserves a chance to find out. SB 498 can save lives and spare our entire community from having to grieve another devastating loss like John's. John lived his life as a helper, and I hope this story can help other struggling youth. Please pass SB 498. Thank you for your time.
I'm really glad you came. Thank you. Okay, Katie Leon Pingreen? Pingreen?
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Katie Lyon Pingree, and I am here today in support of SB 498. This important bill would ensure that children and families with private insurance have access to wraparound supports designed to help them, guide them, and facilitate an environment in which healing can actually happen. My son Matthew began struggling with his mental health as early as age 10, long before we understood how serious it was. Repeated sports-related brain injuries in adolescence intensified those struggles, leading to severe depression, anxiety, and persistent suicidal ideation from 2019 until his death at age 18 in December 2021. Matthew's story is highly complex, but for today, I want to focus on just one snapshot. In September 2019, Matthew tried to take his own life in his bedroom. When my husband and I broke into his room and intervened, we knew the standard prescribed choices for what to do next were only going to make things worse. We knew that because we had already experienced the trauma of a completely ineffective multi-day ER visit, followed by an equally ineffective week-long stay at a crisis facility in Brattleboro, Vermont. We had hoped to find another way that would be more supportive to Matthew and his needs. So instead of going immediately back to the ER, we chose to sleep on his floor and call his therapist in the morning. When his psychiatrist called me back, she insisted Matthew go to the ER. When I objected, she hung up on me and called 911. That began a cascade of events which ultimately led to his 10-month stay at a residential treatment facility in Utah, painfully separating him from his friends, family, school, and home. During the years Matthew needed treatment, time and again we had to hunt for anyone and anything that might help him, never really knowing what all our options were and feeling like every decision we made was the wrong one. We were trying to navigate an overwhelming system alone on behalf of our child. if the Fast Forward program had been available to us as a privately insured family. We would have had a case coordinator, a point person to help us navigate the system of care. We could have had family supports from people who understood what it was like to wake up every morning, worrying if this was the morning you would find your child dead. Matthew could have had peer support from others with the same lived experiences, so he would know he was not alone. Most importantly, these supports could have been available to us at home. Not only did we not benefit from any of the services that Fast Forward provides, we ended up paying almost $120,000 in out-of-pocket expenses in a 2-year span, which included approximately $8,000 for outpatient psychiatry, $9,000 in ambulance services, $9,700 in flights, hotels, and rental cars for multiple trips to Utah, $11,000 for a step-down program, and $68,200 in out-of-pocket tuition payments for residential treatment. I know this committee is deeply concerned about keeping premiums down. This bill is designed to help families access the right care before a crisis escalates into more traumatic and more expensive interventions. The insurance assessment represents a small cost to carriers, especially when they have demonstrated a willingness to absorb far larger financial penalties, such as $500,000 in insurance department noncompliance fines as a normal part of doing business. Once again, I am here today on behalf of Matthew, urging you to recommend that SB 498 ought to pass so that all Granite State families have access to Fast Forward to help their kids not only thrive, but to survive. Thank you.
Thank you for
That was a 1-2 punch for you.
Thank you.
So sorry. Thank you.
Sabrina, pick you first this time.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. I just want to appreciate and acknowledge those very touching stories. It's very difficult to follow those stories. Nevertheless, here I am. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. My name is Sabrina Dunlap. I'm Senior Director of Government Relations for Anthem. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on SB 498. We are strongly opposed to this bill for a number of reasons. We think this is an unworkable proposal that would eliminate the very safeguards that ensure oversight, accountability, and safety in our health insurance networks, while imposing costs on all health insurance members and employers to pay for the state-run program you've heard about, Fast Forward. I'm not going to repeat all the stuff about Fast Forward, but I just want to note that DHHS controls eligibility, they control referrals, and they control payment for this program. Because this is a state-run program, commercial insurance companies have historically had no involvement, no administrative function, and critically, no visibility into this program. I know there was quite a bit of discussion about why the decision was made, maybe around 2020, to allow kids with commercial insurance into the program, but I want to emphasize that we were not part of that decision. We did not even know about this program because it is state-run. The decision was made without notice or discussion with insurers. When this issue was first brought to our attention sometime, this specific issue in the spring of 2024, I did ask DHHS for data around how many of our kids might be in these programs. And in December 2025, we did receive sort of a general number on the commercial numbers, including a breakdown by carrier. And at the time, it was something around 35. I understand that number is now higher, but relative to the number of kids we have as members, it is a very small number. But the narrative that has sort of emerged from this is that this demonstrates a large gap in services. And that's just not accurate. Fast Forward is the program the state chooses for addressing the behavioral health needs of some New Hampshire children. We have our own network of providers who offer a broad range of mental health services, including things that would be considered wraparound services like case management and in-home supports. We also have arrangements with providers who offer services that might be part of a bundled arrangement rather than a traditional fee-for-service model. But importantly, these services are covered through providers that participate in our networks. That means we have vetted them, checked educational backgrounds, licenses, and credentialed the providers. Because they are out of our network, the care management entities have not undergone that type of vetting process, but SB 498 would force us to fund their services anyway. The bill also attempts to apply a Medicaid-style funding model to the commercial market, even though we are subject to a different legal and regulatory framework than Medicaid. Medicaid has flexibility to fund services through state-directed contracts and per diem payments, where the provider might be paid a daily rate by the state, even if they don't actually see the patient. That's okay in Medicaid. Commercial insurance, by contrast, is required to operate through defined benefits, provider contracts, and claims-based payments tied to services actually rendered. These payment structures are not interchangeable, but SB 498 ignores this critical distinction. And I'll just finish by noting that for the last 5 months, Anthem has been at the table with NFI North, engaged in good faith discussions to explore appropriate pathways forward that do not involve this bill. I was glad that Luke said something because as the two parties in the room who have been the only ones negotiating, I was very surprised to hear that negotiations had broken down when in fact our teams were just exchanging emails this morning. So I do think that work is the right approach. I think it ensures services are delivered within a framework that protects patients, maintains accountability, and allows for appropriate reimbursement. But contracting takes time, particularly with entities that have never dealt with commercial insurance, and that's no criticism of them. But as Luke noted, these things are complicated. They do take time. They should take time. These safeguards exist to protect our members, and just because the process isn't happening overnight does not mean we are not making progress. We are making progress. So for these reasons, we respectfully urge you to find SB 498 expedient to legislate, and I appreciate your time. Happy to take any questions.
Representative Sharisa has a question.
First of all, will you be able to send your testimony in the email so we can go through it?
Yes, I would be happy to send written testimony.
Thank you. The question is, we heard previously that the amount per year that was calculated was $2.90 per year if this program is being shifted to commercial insurance. You being a commercial insurance, have you done any analysis of what kind of premium cost is going to, for you?
Thank you for that question. Last year, our actuaries did their best. It's a little tough because the way the bill is written, our read on it is that we would be assessed on every accessible member, and we do have a lot of members. So the numbers we came up with, so my point is it's not totally clear if it's tied to a proportionate amount of kids who actually go into the program. Our best guess was it was somewhere around $2 million a year for just Anthem. That was our best guess. But I appreciate the question and just want to add that at this point, I think cost is an issue, but I think the conversation often misses the fact that we haven't really been at the table and part of these discussions until pretty recently. And so I think our concern right now is making sure we go through the appropriate process to make sure that we're following our normal contracting process, which we are.
Just a quick follow-up, just to clarify on 2
Further
million.
question, you may inquire.
Thank you. So you did mention approximately $2 million a year. Will you be able to translate that into like a premium increase per person annually?
Thank you for that. I do have that number. I don't have it right in front of me, and I could send that when I send my testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to say this to you, but it's really for everybody in the room. We do liquor in this committee, and the beer tax is collected by the beer distributors. This bill is a service that is being provided to anyone who's under 18. So the state of New Hampshire really should pay for the whole thing, pay for the program, because this is their mandate. The state has decided that everybody who's under 18 should get this program. And so the reason we're here, the reason why this bill is here, is for one simple reason, is that this is a collection system. Some people call it a tax, but we'll call it a collection system. And it was a convenient mechanism that unfortunately I was involved in way back when. But that it is not about how many kids you have in the plan. It has nothing to do with that. It is simply that you're the only way we can get the largest portion of New Hampshire citizens. And that is the stop loss people, let alone the fact that you're the largest insurer, but that the stop loss is included which I thought was brilliant when I created it way back when. But that's the only reason this bill is here, is that they're looking for a way to fund this program. Would you believe it?
I do believe that, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Paula Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee that are still here. And it's only 4:25.
We're doing good.
I won't go till 5. My comments are very brief. First of all, Paula Rogers on behalf of AHIP. And I want to just affirm that I think almost everybody in the room thinks the Fast Forward program is a beneficial, sturdy program. And I think you, Chairman Hunt, sort of set up my comment by asking Sabrina that question, because I remember going into pick up bills that had been into my printer to pick up bills that had been printed last session, and I come up with Senate Bill 128. I think it was 128. It's the replication of this bill, basically. They're a pretty mirror image. And I thought, I looked at it and I just immediately recognized the Vaccine Association assessment, which was crafted to have the broadest base through the membership lives of commercially insured, self-funded, however, to get a good base for assessment. And I thought, what has that got to do with the Children's Behavioral Health operation in the Fast Forward program? And then I learned, of course, for the first time, that there were commercially insured children in the program. And so questions have arisen. Well, what is the census? What has been the census? What is it now? What are the projections? And I think HHS has been forthcoming. But my understanding at the moment is that there are 30 to 35, maybe that's even generous, kids in this commercial program. So in learning that, I'm trying to match up the assessment with the numbers and thinking, why wouldn't it be appropriate to look into what the management programs do, the care management programs, find out what services they provide, and see if we could work up case rates, i.e. Cigna has 4, Anthem has 16, whatever. And I think those discussions sort of went forward to some degree, but they've run into difficulty. And I think when they run into difficulty, it sort of bumps up into this assessment base, and people get short-tempered. And I would just sort of advise that we keep talking about this, because there is something we can do. If this program is helpful to commercially insured children that qualify for it, and the state accepts them, then we ought to have some skin in the game. But just to be exposed to this assessment mechanism that sort of starts talking about millions of dollars, and if you look at the way the assessment would be crafted, the board would be appointed, and they have pretty broad opportunities to fund a lot of the behavioral health operation within the Fast Forward program. So if it has to be an assessment, we need to narrow it down to what it exactly will take into accord as we look at moving forward with an assessment.
To clarify what I just said before, it has nothing to do with healthcare being provided by your clients. It has to do with the state of New Hampshire saying that we have a certain population that needs a bundled service. It's not just healthcare. It's a total environmental, remember, respite. When was the last time any insurance company paid for respite? Okay, so everything that's in this program is actually something you guys don't provide anyways.
Well, the interesting thing I've learned, and I'm not front and center of the race, Sabrina Dunlap is at the table. I'm sort of in the background. But it's my understanding that the care management program, case management program, it really is functional support workers to develop a family plan that draws in appropriate resources the child herself has, the family, peers. I mean, it's a good program.
No insurance company is going to pay for that. No, we can't, we could never begin to mandate having you guys provide that service.
Well, there are differences of opinion
This is
on
a
that.
this is a state plan to take care of a certain population. And
The
it's, as I'm
interesting
pointed
thing-
out by my
I-
clerk here, some of them will end up in the prison system. In which, in which, in Hampstead. And so therefore we're going to take care of them anyway. So at the end of the day, the only reason you guys are here is that we're looking for how are we going to pay for it? The state to pay for it. And you just happen, this mechanism just happens to be the most convenient tax we could pass.
Let me read something that I actually agree with. And this came when, I guess, this bill was presented on the Senate floor. Ought to pass 5-0, came out of committee. And I've underlined this. This bill establishes an association. I don't think you need an association to assess carries both equitably and proportionally for children who access the Fast Forward program. That, I think, is what the negotiation has been about, but I think there's a stumbling block in the midst of it.
Right. We're missing out on all those people in Medicare. They're not paying, and how many of them? How do we decide? What was the number? 40% was in Medicare? What was it? What was it? I'm trying to remember what our number was.
I don't know. But anyway, I'm not at the table. The numbers are not resonating with me, and I hesitate to take a risk. So thank you.
Okay. Okay. Cam? And Margaret's with them. Right. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I am Cam Lapine. I work at Orin Reno. Here today representing Cigna. With me is Margaret Reynolds. She is the, I always forget her job title, Senior Director.
All you have to remember is government affairs.
Senior Director of Government Affairs at Cigna. We are in opposition to Senate Bill 498. Given everything else you've heard, and our letter is going around, so I'll defer largely to that letter. I'm going to, so at the Senate hearing, I'm pivoting on the fly to respect your time. There was
Thank you very much for your testimony.
well, no, there are. So, in terms of the data collection, Sabrina mentioned at a stakeholder meeting in December 2025, the Department of Health and Human Services provided data on the number of children in Fast Forward with commercial insurance. This is the data that was presented. It shows a number on a slide. Cigna has 4. That is all of the information that was provided, just 4 and Cigna. No member IDs, no names of individuals to try to connect them.
We would hope not.
Well, but we can't pay for them if we don't know who they are, Mr. Chairman.
No,
So-
you would not pay for you look at that list they gave us. How many of those things you actually would pay for? Nah, come on. This is a unique program that provides a lot of care to an individual family that has a very sad situation.
Hello, Margaret Reynolds. Yes, completely agree. So we would like to do single case agreements with these providers. And we did reach out to DHHS to try and start that process. They asked Cigna specifically to not start to engage in that process while the CMEs are negotiating with Anthem. So we are waiting at the ready. I had my behavioral health folks on the line, ready to go. And we do know it's unique, right? So these are not all services that insurance pays for. And we think it would be better suited for single case agreements rather than an assessment on all lives that has no cap, that, the board would give it to the treasurer and then it goes back. So we have some grave concerns with how this is constructed, and we would hope the committee would consider that.
So, I can't help myself. Okay. Cigna is not even in the small group market. You're in our ERISA market.
we do have large group fully insured.
Oh, you
but
do have
yes.
some fully, okay.
But
So
yes, largely
seemingly,
in
right.
ERISA. in the
ERISA
state of New
lookalikes,
Hampshire.
but they're fully insured. So that's the whole reason this mechanism was created in the first place, was to grab you people.
Correct.
Would you believe?
Yes.
Thank you very much for your
Thank
testimony.
you.
Mr. Chairman, I also have a letter from NFIB. They weren't able to be here, but I have written testimony from them.
Great. Okay, Peter, you get to wrap it up. And I did not put you on the bottom of the pile. I just want you to know.
Thank you. It's good to be in the House Commerce sauna again today.
That's right. Notice I wore a short sleeve shirt
This almost
today.
looks like a Senate hearing, right? With more empty seats than full
Yeah, it
seats.
does look like a Senate. Right.
Thank you. For the record, Peter Bragdon, Senior Policy Advisor with Parity Strategies, here representing Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare, which you may have heard is the state's not-for-profit health insurance carrier. And I think this boils down to, as the prior bill did, the difference between some of the key things, the differences between these functional support services and the things that aren't traditionally considered clinical services. And I think the committee earlier on the prior bill and this bill asked the same kind of questions that I think the health carriers need to be asking is, okay, what services are being delivered? Who's delivering them? What are their qualifications? What are their training? What's the licensure? Need to know a little bit of visibility into what's going on. We have a fiduciary duty to our members, the businesses and individuals who pay premiums, to make sure the money is being well spent, reduce fraud, and all that. And so there's a lot of intricacies involved with that. And I'm just reading off a couple of bullet points I made during the testimony that may not flow terribly logically. So there's that key area, I think, that is between both bills is similar. There's been some discussion about the diligent work done over 5 years that has been mentioned, and the inference can easily be made that, everybody's been working diligently except the insurance carriers. So I can tell you that over 2 years ago, the Department of Insurance directed the carriers to work to get the care management entities in network. At which point, Harvard Pilgrim contacted the two CMEs. One never responded, and the other one said they weren't interested in becoming in our network. So in order for us to pay these people, they need to be in network. They didn't want to be in network. Now at the meeting in December, everybody seemed to be on the same page, and because Anthem had a bulk of the individuals insured, they were the point people for discussions with the CME, in this case NFI North, to get to some agreement into coming in network, because we can't pay you unless you're in network. And I think, the insurance department had an idea early on, back in December. We have a fund, and I wish Representative Miles was here because she's on the commission that oversees the fund. When hospitals merge and there's big provider mergers, money goes into this fund for consumer, I wrote it down, Healthcare Consumer Protection Advisory Commission.
I remember creating that.
Yeah, there you go. And the department said, why don't you CMEs apply for a grant from this commission to help you understand the onboarding process and becoming a network member of the network, because then it'd be a lot easier to pay you, because that's what you need to in order to establish this. So I think there's a lot of work that can be done there to get these things in network. It seems like this is a big contraption to get something done that can be done, but the sides need to work together, and especially the CMEs just aren't used to dealing with the insurance company. So it's a whole new world for them to get credentialed to be
Well,
reimbursed.
humor me. This NFI, they're
Knock,
not.
knock.
Is NFIB? They don't actually provide. They're the ones pulls the whole program together. But in terms of the services that you normally provide, you would be doing directly to the provider, the healthcare provider. You're not. Do you have any similarity of where you are paying this type of organization that is supposed to do all this wraparounding and do you have any contracts with anybody like that? Maybe in Massachusetts.
Well,
Do you have anything like that where they have these multiple facets, like bring in a respite?
I can't speak to other states, Mr. Chairman, and we had no visibility. We didn't know until December how many individuals were covered.
No, that
right?
has nothing to, as I said before, that has nothing to
Right,
do
so
with this
we're
bill.
just talking about the visibility. So we're not sure what it is they're doing specifically. I think Anthem has a better sense of that because they've been involved in discussions. So, but I think the carriers are willing to work with them to put something together that works.
I don't see how. I just can't see you ever getting involved in all these different items that this particular program provides.
I don't have an answer for that.
Would you believe?
I would believe. Anything you say, Mr. Chairman, I would believe.
Okay, thank you very much. Having no more cards, I'm going to close the public hearing. And everybody get out of this building in 10 minutes.